Oh, Jima, how are ya? I'm just getting set up here. Trying to figure out when I should take breaks. It's going to be a long stream. Yep, jamming. Haven't done one of these in a long time. Going to be 3 long streams over the weekend. Hopefully I don't, expire. Okay. Let's call it every 2 hours, right? Puppy related activities. That would be a sad stream indeed. Stretches plus or minus more coffee. Wind down with some pixel art or music. Stream finish. No. Yeah, stream finish. Okay, that should just about do it. I think that'll do to start with. We can play with that. We can mess around with that. Yeah. Well, it's quite dark in this room too. Should probably turn the light on. I should open my blinds. 7 o'clock in the morning. God damn it. What am I doing? Am I nuts? Been up since 6. Everyone else in the house, including the dogs, is still asleep. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're doing this because I've just finished a job that I did not like. I am now an unemployed bum for the next few weeks until I find another one. And we're doing this to claim back some creativity and fun. That's what we're doing. We got an ad break coming through in just a moment. Please feel free to make a cup of tea. I sure as hell will be. Yes, indeed. Going to be using this template, or my copy of this template, which I did some work on during the week, to get us started. Oh, there's the ads. Cup of tea time. Ooh, I timed that well. Pretty much, at least. I decided to stick this one out because I don't like this theme, but I'm excited to see what people come up with. Nice. Yeah, I don't know about the theme. I have an idea. I kind of get it that, like it's not a general theme, it's more of a specifics theme, like I guess a mechanical theme, right? You've got to use 2-button controls, but I think I have a way to build it into the story. So I'm going to see how that goes. But I always end up with these grand ideas that I don't have enough time to finish, and 3 days is not a lot. So we'll see if it works. We'll see if it works out, and I will learn something. I am perfectly sure of that. But I feel like the last time I did a jam, I was a lot less experienced with Bevy and how to use it. So I'm hoping that I can get somewhere this time. Not win, certainly, but like actually have a completed game that I can continue with. That's the main thing. All right, so we know we're using cargo generate to get this project. My idea was Slay the Spire, but with 2 decks. On your turn, you're presented with 1 card from each, and you have to choose which one to play. Interesting. Like a 50-50 kind of thing. I guess there's going to be a lot of those decisions made from various people. Okay, so we're doing cargo generate, Bevy quick start, and we're going to make that my version of Bevy quick start. My name, and that should do it, I think. I've never seen Bevy before, so this will be interesting to watch. Yeah, Bevy doesn't have an editor, so there'll be a lot of text and a lot of programming, but that's just the way. Please check if the repository exists. Well, it does. I swear to you. It really does. Is it concerned by... I bet it's concerned because... let me just check off stream, but I think it's concerned because Cargo doesn't know about my private repo. So let's go and check in my git config, because I think what will be happening is it will need to translate my SSH authentication to HTTPS. Let's just check this real quick. Git config. Yeah, I bet that's it. I just need to remember what the syntax is for that. Cargo HTTPS get authentication. Oh, sorry for the flashbang. Ouch. There we go. Get config credential helper store. No. SSH. Can't do that. Known hosts. No, this is not what I'm looking for. There's the thing where you can treat all SSH URLs as get URLs. As HTTPS. I can't remember what it is. I had it on my work laptop, which I just bundled up and posted away. This thing, I think. Maybe. Pretty sure that's it. Just for now, I don't want to mess around with my entire Git configuration. But let's just see if that helps. Nope. Damn. Wonder if taking it public would work, since it doesn't need to be private. Absolutely no need for it to be private. Is it? Oh no, it's public. So what's the problem? Did I misspell it? GitHub.com, my name, Bevy _ quick start git. Well, this is not a good beginning. Why? What? Refs, remotes, origin. Oh, I see. The branch isn't there. Right. That's a problem. I probably can't use cargo generate for this, so we're going to do it the old-fashioned way, I think. Because why? Let's look at their docs. What is the difference in the cargo generate branch? Let's look at the original. I bet the Unity people aren't having this problem. So why? 37 commits ahead of 3 commits behind. You know what? I'm just going to YOLO it, and hopefully it won't come back to bite us in the ass. Git clone git at GitHub. My name, Bevy quick start into either, which is going to be the name of this entry. Okay, we'll do it this way, and there'll be a bunch of things that we'll have to change, but I think we can do that. Let's start reviewing them if we can. So what keywords are we going to be looking for is the question. I think the previous version I used to do to search for things, but let's look at I could probably use KiwiBirt as an example of the things that I need to change. KiwiBirt's my previous silly game. So let's look for let's look at KiwiBirt and just look at some of the GitHub actions, for example, because that's one of the first things we're going to have to get working. The cargo toml name is KiwiBirt. It's got a title of KiwiBirt. librs uses that string. And there's a title there. Not that many things, really. And I also have to set up a itch.io token. All right, cool. So let's go with well, first of all, we'll change the cargo toml. Oh no, wrong game. License is not going to be MIT. And yes, there will be a Wayland dependency, that's correct. And the author name was, what was the syntax for that? Oh, yep. All right, that seems reasonable. We know for a fact that we're going to need, we've already got Leafwing and Bevy Asset Loader, so that's good too. Cool. Now we need to slurp our tea. Very important. Extremely important. Must be done. Must be done. Okay. Now, what are the other things we're going to need to change? We're going to need to set up our repo. So let's make one of those. Let's go with create new repository. Choose an owner is going to be me. And I could make it an Eloquent Geek, but I won't do that yet. Either is the name of it. And this is solo dev game jam. Oh, let's spell it correctly, shall we? Number 4. It is currently private. We will not add any of those things. Create repository. And then we'll go get remote add. Actually, it probably already exists. Yes, it does. So get remote. I've forgotten the edit remote command. Get remote set URL origin. Get at GitHub. My name. And either. Very cool. Now we should be able to push that up to scaffold it. Yes, we should. We should be able to go. Either. And we push. It writes the whole repo. Nice. New branch main. And we should be able to reload and see our project. And we can. Nice. Okay. Now we need to set a code secret. I'll do that off stream. And I'll need to get my token. So I'll do that off stream. In my GitHub. And what is the name of the token that I need to use? Workflows. CI workflow. Environment variables. itch.io upload. Here we go. Add Butler credentials. In your repository, navigate to Settings, Secrets and Variables, Actions. Done. And you would like me to add Butler credentials. Sure. In a repository secrets. Butler credentials. Nice. And I need to get that value from itch.io API key. Oh yeah, I need to create the itch.io project as well. Can I do that on stream? I don't think that'll be revealing anything too desperate. Let me just check. Maybe I'll just do it off stream real quick. Total is either. Project URL is either. It won't be a submission to the jam yet. Release status is in development. And it's a game. And it's playable on HTML. And set some uploads at some point. Blah, blah, blah. That's all done. Save and view page. No file provided to embed. Yes, we know that. Now we need to go to our dashboard and get an API key. Ah, right. That's the link for the API keys. I don't think I'll be confirming my password on stream. No offense. Unlock one password. Beautiful. You currently don't have any API keys. Let's generate one. Okay. And we'll add that secret to our Butler credentials. And I think that's the last thing I have to do on stream, off stream. Okay. Let's go and see what else we need to do. I need to change the jam started. Hey, Flavius Kid, how you doing? Sorry, I was on another screen. And hey to Rahiden. So the jam started half an hour ago? It did. It did. I was just hanging out in Practical Stream before it started. And Practical's doing it too. And a bunch of other people. I think we're up over the 300 mark. Are we up over the 400 mark? We are at 508. Hello. I'm good. Just got home from work. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm nervous about this jam, but I'm gonna have some fun with it. It's gonna be good. Like 2 days, 23 hours to go. And there's 2 entries already. Someone's already set up their submission. Pinball, Blackboard DIY with targets. 8 days ago. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Anyway, they've put their submission in and they're just going to keep developing it. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay, so anything on the community page yet? Final voting. Can I have friends and family playtest? Blah, blah, blah. Which Discord? Blah, blah. Yep, okay. All right, so let's confirm first of all that our itch.io page is live. It is either, and it doesn't work yet. And we need to get a better theme. Edit theme, dark. Can I just have like a general dark theme, or do I have to specify everything? Background to something dark. Sure, why not? Actually, tending towards black would be good. Text can be like so. Links. Editing your itch theme page? No, because what's going to happen is every time I come here, I'm going to flashbang someone, right? So I may as well get it out of the way. May as well get it done, right? I want a darker gray. That's not helping at all. Oh, that'll do. Okay, so this works, and now we need to check if we can deploy. So I think there will be some things I need to edit for that. Let's go index HTML is, what's the title here? Get element by ID loading screen. Bevy quick start, there we go. So change in tag, either is the name. Let's see if we can find any other Bevy quick start items that need changing. Yeah, here we go. Either upload to itch is going to be eloquent geek. Actually, is it username, project name, or is it title name? Let's try Basic either. App ID. That's going to be more like, it's a Mac OS thing. I'm probably not going to need to worry about it, but I think mine is games eloquent geek either, something like that. Binary name, package name. I need to be a better Vimmer. I need to be a better Vimmer. Okay, cool. Now, any other instances of Bevy quick start that might need to be erased? Cargo lock should change as soon as I do a build, hopefully. Yeah, I think that's just about it. We'll change the README at some point, but let's see if we can... well, first of all, does this build? Boop-a-doo. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. First build's always slow. Time to drink some tea. Always slow. $500 people, that's awesome. I'm so pleased. That is a good size James, bigger than Bevy Jam. Bevy Jam was still growing, but what was Bevy Jam 5 entry? I did not do it this time around. They got 77. So that's pretty good. That's the biggest one they've had. Okay. Still building, still building. Still building. Oh, my camera's frozen again. God damn it. Why? Why do you do this to me? Why? Why does it happen? There we go. Someday one person is going to come along and explain that to me. Woodstone. I just woke up you, sir. What car? I think that's the most cohesive thing you've ever seen said to me. What jam is it? It is a Solo Dev Jam 4, which is this one, Practical NPC and Cap and Coder. It is 509 people in it now, and there are that many time left. So yeah. You'll be on your way to work, it being a Saturday, I do imagine. Uh-oh. Undeclared Cradle Module Bevy Quick Start. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so that should have been changed to something else. Let's check on that. Let's go lib. And this is why not using Bevy Cargo Generate is coming back to bite us in the ass. So that needs to change to either. Yeah, just need to design while I'm working. then to stream tonight so I can work on it. Oh, are you actually doing it? It sounds like you are. That's cool. Sweet. I'm not alone in my pain. Bevy, quick start. Nice. That's awesome. Bevy quick. Yeah, Bevy quick start app plugin. Where is app plugin? It is in librs. Oh, I think I see. The package name is now different, so either. There we go. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we did get the 2-button games. Yeah, it won by like about 40 votes in the end. There was a bit of a blowout. 2-button controls, rather. I sort of know what I'm doing, but not really, and I don't have a good plan, so this is going to be interesting. If I hadn't just done GMTK and wasn't doing breakies in a couple of weeks, I probably would have gritted my teeth through this jam. But man, that theme is just not something I'm interested in. Yeah, I get it. And you don't want to go in like feeling like you have to kind of thing. So that I totally get that. You want it to you want to be in the spirit of it, right? Well, my stream will just be finishing as oh no, that's not the current version. Oh shoot. This is the old one. I didn't use the branch. God damn it. I need the branch. Because of all the changes. Oh, that's super frustrating. All the changes are actually in KiwiBirt. No, they're not. Wait a minute. Why did I... Hang on. Let's look. Let's look at Bevy Quick Start, which is my... It's on a branch. Okay, this is not a disaster. We can fix this. We can fix this. We can fix this. We can get a fresh copy of the repo. Damn it, I did not realize I hadn't merged it to main. That's okay. Is it against the rules to set up a Bevy basic starter beforehand? No. No, the whole point, you can use like pre-existing assets. You just have to, in the spirit of it, you know, it needs to be your own work. So pre-made assets that are free and legally obtained are welcome. Feel free to use existing code templates as long as your game showcases your creativity and just isn't a reskin. The point around that is that if I was using, say, Unity or Unreal or whatever, those things have a whole bunch of libraries and code that you get basically for free. So it's just not visible. Whereas in the Bevy ecosystem, it's highly visible because you're importing libraries and doing it manually. Okay, so what I get with Bevy Quick Start is I get app controls, which I wrote because I ported it from their version to my version, and Bevy Asset Loader, and some basic animation code. So, yeah, I can do this. I just need to clone from a branch. Well, I can just merge to main, right? I can just do GCM, get merge assets, and then get push, and then we'll just have to repeat a little bit of stuff, but we haven't suffered a major setback, so that's okay. Let's go back to, let's do this. Let's mv either alt, then let's get clone get. Let's do this. Let's do that, and then Bevy quick start again, now that we've updated. Wait, did I push? Yes, I did. Let's just check and make sure, because we don't want to go through this again. Whoop, no. No. Damn it. Go where I tell you. Thank you. No, actually, we want Bevy quick start here. Look at me. So now we should have just had some commits, add animations, and tweak controls yesterday. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right, so we're in the right place now. Bevy quick start, and we're cloning it into Ether. Nice. All right. Now we go Ether, and now we know that we need to set up a remote. So we go get remote, and then we get the old command. And then we go get push force, because we want to overwrite that previous repo. And then we do a bunch of changes. So cargo, Ether, and then we, have I still got that email in my, yes I do, in registry O. There we go. And then we take away the license. And then what else do? We do the things like we search for Bevy quick start. And we change things. Ether. Nice. And we look for the strings again, because we live our life by grep. Our life is dominated by grep. All things are grep. Grep is everywhere. Grep is in all places. Ether. Grep is everywhere. Well, actually, rip grep, but you know. Who needs to be specific? Wait, what? This is... Oh, god damn it. This is just a document. We don't need to change that one. We do need to change main. That becomes either. And we need to change boop-a-doop-a-doo. This one. Don't need that just yet. The workflows, I'm assuming, are being ignored right now. So let's just look for quick start. No. Boop-a-doo. Where is it getting those binary names from? Maybe I do need to read it. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, the North Pole Light. Maybe I do need to read it. Let's look at Bevy quick. Thank you. Click here for a list of variables and how they're used. Where are the variables though? Actions, release, run, workflow. The environment variables are in release YAML. Okay. Whoa, release YAML. Okay, now we're talking. So let's replace all instances of Bevy quick start with either. And then let's replace Bevy quick start with either. Then let's replace the Bevy flock with Bevy in this case, although I think I will need to change this to Games Eloquent Geek, which is my domain, and then we will replace Bevy Quick Start. Whoops, not quite. With either. And hopefully that should have gotten rid of everything that we needed. Yeah. Now, the other thing we need to do is we need to insist on using the mold linker because it'll be much faster. So let's go cargo config fast builds. That needs to be written to config toml. Copy cargo config toml. And then we need mold. Where's our mold? Mold. You may need to install it. No, I do not. This one. And we can use this. Wait, why would I set Z threads to 0? Hang on. Threads. Enables Rust C's parallel front end, which improves performance when parsing, type checking, borrow checking. Set thread 0, which defaults to the amount of cores in your CPU. Why would I do that though? Usually Rust C builds its crates separately. Share generics forces crates to share monomorphized generic code so they do not duplicate work. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Not sure about the threads though. Now, the mod linker, the path for that is which mold use a local bind. Beautiful. Okay, that should be all I need for that one. Let's do a trial build and see what we get to. Ba-doop-boop-boo. Ba-doo-ba-doo-boo. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. We're getting relatively close to our first break. We're going to do breaks at 8 and 10 to begin with. Probably every couple of hours, really. And just make sure that we take care of ourselves because there's going to be a 12-hour stream and I'm not used to that. I may end up stopping talking at some point. And then we'll be just in time for Woodstone to start streaming. Tea, the lifeblood of the jammer. Excuse me. Okay. We're building and we're building. For all I know, repo setup may have been included in the pre-jam allowable activities, but hey, let's just do it live. Let's do it live. No stream today. Going to be busy and want to give the jam a good track. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough, too. Of course, the 2 buttons don't have to be mouse buttons. They could be anything. Could just be like a game where you just do forward and back or side to side. That's probably where I should have gone. Restrict the scope as much as possible, right? Come on, first build, you can do it. You can do it, I believe. My poor little i5. If only I'd known that I was going to be streaming. I would have bought a much bigger chip. Okay. This is looking correct. Okay, so we've got our world inspector. We've got a play button and an exit button. And our play button leads to a tiny little circle which animates around the screen when we move it. Hooray! Received an event for non-existent source token inner. That's interesting. I don't know what that's all about. I have already introduced a bug, apparently. Okay, so escape should bring us back to the title screen, and it does, and then exit should exit the game. And it does. Nice. Okay, so let's push that up. And our first commit is scaffold. And then let's see if we can do a release build. And if it works, and if I have to troubleshoot that. I definitely should have done that before the jam. Okay, let's go. We're at ether. Either. Okay, now we go actions. And the scaffold is running CI. We can stop that one. Clippy failed, apparently. And then actions, scaffold. Okay. Don't know why I've got tests. I certainly didn't write any. Update cargo generate branch. No, we're not doing that. So release. This workflow has a workflow dispatch trigger, run workflow. 0.1.0. Let's see what actually happens in here. I haven't actually read it yet. We'll see if it knows enough to actually get something onto itch. I would expect many, many errors. Get version, check upload to itch. This is cool. So apparently it likes the idea that I can upload, so maybe that's going to work. Oh no, don't build Mac. That's expensive. Anybody that doesn't know, Mac OS gets charged 10 times cost factor on GitHub Actions. So don't do it unless you absolutely need to. Web is the interesting one right now. I did not cancel it. I cancelled the Mac OS one. Did I have to cancel all of them at once? That's so annoying. Let's go with editing that. So release Mac OS. Let's just remove the platform. And that should pretty much do it for us, hopefully. Yeah. Should be able to ignore the rest of it, I hope. Okay, let's try committing that. Avoid Mac for now. Yes. Okay, now we should be able to rerun a release build. Got an interesting job interview on Tuesday. I'm looking forward to that one. Found a company, a clean energy tech company that I find really aligns with the kinds of things that I would like to do. So I'm going to be talking to them over the next week. Seems like it should be a good spot to land if I can swing it, if they like me. Why wouldn't they like me, right? I mean, why wouldn't they like me? They must like me. Okay, so now we've got a new release build running. Now we've only got 3 jobs instead of 4, which is exactly what I wanted. Linux, web, and Windows. And the web build is the one that we're curious about. Little bit of waiting involved. Getting pretty close to coffee time. This is our schedule so far. And we're coming up to partner needs coffee. Actually, I need coffee. And dogs need scratches. So actually, I should send her a message and see if she's just about ready for coffee. Send a little message. Okay, how are we doing on our builds? We're still installing and running. Oh yeah, and there's a list of other people that are doing this if you want to check out the streamers from the jam. And Practical's maintaining it there. So it's going to be, this is probably going to be a flashbang, I'm sorry, because I think it's a light background. Yeah, it is. Oh, god damn it, really? Practical Media IO. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Don't tell me it's an HTTP page. Apparently I've got the wrong URL. Let me check Discord on that one. Unless the server went down. I find that highly unlikely. Oh, there's no dash. God damn it. I'll have to update my I have to update my bot, but there it is anyway, in all its black and white glory. Just take the hyphen out of the there we go. All right, so we're building. Cool. In the meantime, I could look at, am I going to continue to use basic controls? Am I going to use tilemap? I think I probably am. I don't know. See, I've always used Bevy ECS tilemap as like a, you hop from one tile to another, but most people use it like it's just a background, right? So I'm thinking maybe I should do that, but I don't have a tile map to use, so I have to create one. And I was thinking about how to do like basic sort of black and white style or grayscale style stuff. The fact that I don't have a plan is probably concerning. So are we almost there? I really want to see if this works. Okay. Let's go with changing the title screens. That's a nice easy start. We'll ease our way in. We'll go, we've got children button, so we'll leverage that definition. I've got a whole day set aside for design, so I hope to make something a little weird but easy to manage. Maybe I should have spent a day on design, right? Okay, so we've got function button, function header. I have the same goal if I have kids. What, spending a whole day on design? And like about 5 minutes on construction? Name new header, node bundle, width, and header text. Okay, so let's go. Let's go text. Yeah, so we could do. We could do children header. Ether, which is the name of our game. It doesn't have to have an observer on it. We're going to do a subheading or subtitle, subheading, subheader, which doesn't exist yet, which is going to be a game of choices. And then we're going to go back to header and we're going to clone this function and we're going to tweak it a little. So down, font size maybe much smaller, duplicate definitions with name header. That's because we haven't renamed the function yet. There's an associated function with a similar name. Yeah, that's because we need to do this in the trait. Sub header. Beautiful. And label can go there because it's alphabetical order. Very important. And then we can go and see if it works. Boop-a-doop-a-doo, ba-doop-a-doo, blah blah. Bevy. Either a game of choices. Play, exit. Okay, cool. I would like there to be less padding, and I would like the font on the title to be larger. Where are we? Font size 60 and less padding on the subheader. Or less margin, maybe. Justify content, align items, width, height. Maybe this height should be different. Or take the height away. Dooby-dooby-doo. Yeah, that'll do for now. Maybe some margin on this bottom one, just to be fussy. We will go with, oh, and this obviously needs to be changed. Sub header. Subheader text. And this can have a margin. Children spawn, name new text bundle from section with style. Style. Margin. UI rect. Bottom. Val. vmin. I don't know, 5. Defaults. Yeah, that'll do for now. That's enough playing around with that kind of thing. Okay, let's see how our build's going. Uh-oh, badness. Badness happened. Why? Why did badness happen? Compiler could not compile Bevy EGUI. Oh, yeah, we don't want EGUI. Unstable APIs to support clipboard and web. So why? I thought that was a dev feature. How do I disable it for dev? disable it for builds. In cargo, right? So cargo dev. Yeah, here we go. Bevy dynamic linking, Bevy dev tools. Bevy inspector EGUI. How do I get rid of that in a release? I thought I already had, because I went in the dev tools. This is where I put it. This plugin is only enabled in dev builds. So it's trying to install it based on its presence in cargo, I think. And I don't want that. How do I tell it that? Okay. Cargo. Uh-oh, there's a dog. The dogs are awake. Hello, little girl. How you doing? Oh, it's very exciting. That means it's almost coffee time. And it's almost ad break time. Cargo exclude package during release. The manifest format. No. Let's ask. Good morning. Let's ask the big green robot. Exclude cargo package in release builds. Okay, we got ads, so coffee. All right, we're back. We are back. Excellent. Now, let's see, what's our build status at the moment? Oh yeah, so we were trying to figure out how to only put Bevy EGUI in the dev build. Dependencies specific to release. So are those actual package names? Let's figure this out. Dev. Oh yeah, so Bevy dynamic linking, Bevy dev tools. So can I add this here? Can I do that? Can I do? Can I go Bevy inspector EGUI like so? But see, I don't know. Because hang on. Conditional compilation and code, I already did that. Excluding dependencies manually. Are the features listed? Hang on. In EG crate names or create features, I guess. Typically create features, not create names. I don't think this is right. What happens if I try to build it? No. Okay. Bevy inspected EGUI as non-optional dependency. A non-optional dependency is defined. Oh, optional true. Okay, cool. So I can do this. Presumably. Okay, so it seems to be happy with that. If I say optional true, is that enough? Like, do I even need it in here? Let's try that. Titles and make EGUI optional. We'll try building it that way, and we'll just gradually get to the point where we can release properly. So we'll do another release build. .1.0. Run workflow. And we should also find out who's teamy. Who's the teamies? Oh, there's so many teamies today. Practical's in the jam. Irish John's on the partner push. Symbol 24. Shady Games. Automate Games. Hypnotic Games. Digital Ad. And To Danger. Okay, so we got release build humming along. That's good. Now, I want fade in and fade out on text is going to be important. Also, look at this mug. This mug is ridiculous. Is it going to focus? Oh, coffee, yes. Very important stuff, coffee. Now, fade in and fade out on text is going to be important. And I want to look at the way that it does it in the splash screen for this example. So we got tick fade in, out, inset, apply fade in, out, update. Now, the splash screen is an image bundle and a UI image. UI image fade in, out, total duration, fade duration, and it just changes the alpha. Regular trapezoid shaped graph, flat at the top with alpha as 1. Okay, so we can probably reuse a lot of this code. What we're going to need is a way to fade the titles in and out, definitely. But also, I'm thinking about ways to display text on screen because it's going to be a little bit story driven. So I need to think about maybe having some kind of UI that has the ability to display text, but also like a little background pop-up kind of thing. There's not a lot of tools to doing that in Bevy UI natively. You can do things like round corners, which is good, but we should try and come up with... I can't remember if you can do like image backgrounds. Let's figure that out, actually. Let's go Bevy UI image background. Background image to 2D game. Oh, that's very, very bright. Do not require a background color for UI images. How do I get an image to load at the background of... Oh, man. Of my main menu. It's always popping up in the front. Try adding the menu as the child. Setting the Z coordinate of the image bundle doesn't work. Only when I use a sprite bundle. Image bundle is a UI node. To display UI stuff over or under other UI stuff, you need to know how the UI system works. Tweaking the Z value should work. Put the menu in a UI node. Set an image in that node. Menu will render on top of the node. You may have to adjust Z settings. So this is the kind of thing we're going to be needing. So, I think I'm going to need... Let's look at title and header. So we define functions on this widgets trait for spawning UI widgets. Helper traits for creating common widgets. Now we can just add it in here, and I think that's probably going to be the way to go. I wonder if I can do it in a separate file. Maybe I can't. Well, this is a 3-day jam. We don't need to worry about refactoring. So let's go with... we'll just organize a little bit here. We'll say titles. And then we'll go in-game text. Oh, sorry about your eyes, Aditya Rai. Yes, this is NeoVim. I briefly had to check a Reddit thread, and I don't have Reddit dark mode right now. Yes, this is NeoVim, and welcome. We stream to Twitch also, so if you prefer watching on there, it's at there. Okay, so in-game text, we got we're gonna need something like if in text box, chat box. What are we calling this here? What do you call it when you get in-game messages pop up? Dialogue. Dialogue box. I feel like just text box will be fine for now. And mute self. Text is import into string. And there might be some more, like we might need entity commands. We might need to specify things like a close box or a press key to continue, right? So we can consider doing that. But in the meantime, let's just get something working. So we're going to copy, what's the easiest thing to copy? Header probably. So we'll grab that and we'll go down here and we'll do something like that and we'll go text box. Okay, so name new text box. And I think we're going to probably need a way to position them, but I don't know yet. Text box text. And font size will probably not be 60. And we're probably going to need to find a font to use too, but we won't go there yet. Now, in terms of styling, it can't appear in the center of the screen. That's not a thing. So we're gonna need it to be down the. Let's start with the basics. Let's start with it down the bottom and centered laterally. So let's go align items. What should we say? End, I think. And then text box text, and then we'll just prove that that works. So in title, we do insert state scoped screen title with children. And then UI root. Now this is not going to be correct. So this is, oh, maybe. Flex direction column, align item center. I might need to change that for a different root. Like an in-game root. But let's play with it a little. We can figure this out. So in the game, we're going to need to spawn messages kind of on demand. We're going to need to spawn text messages. How am I going to do that? Based on events, probably. I feel like the event system is the one to leverage. But I just want to see the text box show up first. So we do the basics. We do the basics, and then we get good. So in game and level, for example, we're doing spawn player. And then we can just maybe in spawn player we can test out this UI. Update. Let's go with app add systems. On enter, screen gameplay. Show text box. Okay, and then we go fn show text box, mute commands. And then we take some text from right. So this is going to error out because it's optional. Interesting. So that's probably going to fail our web build now. Oh, sorry about the flashbang. Yeah, it failed. How do I do this? I think I have to deliberately mark it as dev only. And I do that from, I thought that having this in lib was enough. But maybe I also need to do it in here. You would think. So Bevy inspector GUI. So let's go to cargo and dev native dev Bevy inspector EGUI and see if we actually build or not. No. Oh, wait. That's for a different reason. I'm not sure if this is correct. But it stopped yelling at me. What happens if I comment this out? Okay. So adding Bevy inspector EGUI to that cargo section in the features seems to be the ticket. Show text box. Cannot find value show text box. Really? And yet we're right here. Okay, now we're better. All right, so can I build now? Apparently so. Okay, so now we will push that up and we'll try another release build. Dev only EGUI question mark. Question mark. And release. Yes. 0.1.0. That is not correct, but who cares? We drink more coffee in the hopes that it makes things clear. It might not. And we shout out green team members. Clonk. Clonk's on today. Very cool. If you're not already following Clonk, you absolutely should be. Also, Zelly. Okay. Now, we'll leave that to run. And in the meantime, we will look at how we're spawning this stuff in. So, show text box. Obviously, this is not going to live here. But in the meantime, we're going to go commands, UI root. And then, was it with children? I want to say it was with children. It was with children. Yeah. So with children P P spawn, no, P text box, and it's going to be hi, or yep, yep. Need to turn off virtual text before it drives me nuts. And what's your beef? No method named UI root. That is fine. Commands UI root, there should be. Is the trait needs to be in scope though, right? Theme prelude. Screens, theme, prelude. Okay, that should have done it. All right, so now if we run, in theory, when we start playing the game, we should see a little word down the bottom of the screen. Well, we don't. We see it in the middle of the screen. So that's our first task, is to replace UI root with something like messages root or in-game root. Yeah. So let's go with that. So let's find our definition for UI root and we'll change it. So this is theme widgets. Is there any reason not to put it in here? I think this will be fine for now. '24. The full screen and centers its content horizontally and vertically. I wonder, am I going to need more UI later? So I need like a general UI container. I could use absolute positioning. I think I just want messages root, and then we'll go here and we'll go messages root, and we'll change its name to messages and then we will remove justify content. Probably not, right? Remove that, and align items is going to be, if it's a column, actually if it's a column we want justify content end and remove align items, I think. Flex direction column, row gap, don't care. Definitely not width and height percent, probably more like probably width. We can take width 100% and height remove, and then flex direction column, position type absolute. That should be okay, I think. Now, what is your problem? Why are you erroring? What's the issue? Not all trait items, missing event. Oh, right. We need this. Not this. There we go. All right, so instead of UI root, we're going to use messages root. There we go. And then, hello, little puppy. How you doing? Go puppy. Then we can run it and we can see what's going on there. Yeah, hello puppy. Good girl. And we play and we have no text whatsoever. Okay, this is good. This is good. All right. Well, our animation still works, so that's something. Um, what? Actually, why did that? It kind of springs back after a delay. That's kind of weird. Anyway, why did messages root not work? Let's look. Messages root, background color, border color, blah, blah, blah. Global transform, node, children, text box, background color, name, node, parent, style, transform. It's at minus 710. Can I change that? I can't seem to change that. I thought you could change these things. What about minus 200? Oh, it's not going to let me. Interesting. Is it actually visible? Inherited? Interesting. Huh. What's its text? Its name is text box. It should have its own child, maybe? Yes. Okay, so what about transform on this one? Its translation and rotation are not what I would have expected. These are very low. Oh, no, because it's relative to the parent. Text is, oh my goodness. Yep. Font UID. Font size, color, that should be fine. Why is it not visible? Is it just off screen? Huh. Okay. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. What did I change? What do I need to do to get it visible again? And then that'll help me prove. Let's look at where we've got UI root. And potentially what we might need to do to make our new command work the same way. Messages root, UI root, UI root, messages root. So position absolute, could that be an issue? Could the row gap be an issue? Flex direction, width and height. I removed one of them, so maybe it's not automatically setting its height. Let's bring the width back. Let's bring the height back. Percent, I don't know, 50. And let's see if that makes a difference. Oh, it does. Interesting. So it's displaying right at the top of that 50% of the screen. What we want is an image to pop up that has a bit of a margin around it and just display some text. Yeah, so, and also a direction like space to continue or something like that, enter to continue. Okay. All right, so it has to have a height. I don't think it has to be 50%. I think we could go with 33% or 25%. Justify content end was correct. Flex direction, was it though? Justify content end. Align items is correct. Flex type column, flex direction column. I'm Just trying to think. We want it to appear at the bottom. Position type absolute. What happens if we remove that? Need to get rid of those unused imports. I need to be more disciplined about that so that they don't get in the way. Oh, there it is. Okay, so hiding behind the world inspector. Always good to remember. All right, so I've removed position absolute, and therefore it's just appearing at the top 25% of the screen, and it's aligning its if I turn this on, yeah, it's aligning its text at the bottom of its 25%, which is correct. Well, it's correct for what it thinks it is, but what I actually want is for it to align at the bottom of the screen. I think we bring absolute back. Oh, interesting. That didn't help. Huh. So for it to align at the bottom, I may need a containing element, a containing node. Or we could set up like individual. The thing is, if it already exists, I want it to just attach to that node. I got to go sleep, but I'll come back if you do another one. Hey, thanks very much. I hope you have a good rest. Thanks for the company. You too. I'm all about the co-working. All right, now. Let's see. The problem is this. We need to create the root if it doesn't exist. And we need to tear it down when we're done with it. And we need to ignore the other UI elements that might be on the screen. Because we're going to be replacing things all over the place probably. So let's think about that. Let's think about how we might be able to do that. We've got justify content end, but that's its content. Is there a justify self? Yes. No such luck. All right. I thought that might be a thing, but it's not. What about the difference between end and flex end? Oh, that's not a thing. What are my options? End, auto start, center, stretch, baseline. I think for this to work, it would have to have a flex container. So I'm wondering if we don't just use UI root for everything. The thing is that my problem is I don't know whether I'm going to have to keep replacing it all the time. So I might have to do UI root, messages root, and then the thing, right? Okay. I tell you what. Let's park this. And let's go with something similar. But we're going to go and do most of the work ourselves in here. So let's go UI root with children p spawn node bundle name messages or message UI message. I probably should put my text display thing on, my key display thing on, so that I can make sure that I'm being a good Vimmer. I probably won't. Key, show me the key. That's our thing. And we'll drag that off our screen. And I think it's okay to turn that on. Resize into position. Right. Now I can hold myself accountable. Very important, accountability. Okay. So now we go p-spawn. Yeah. So let's try this. Let's try something along these lines. Let's try this. Can only be used if the trait is implemented and in scope. Yeah, I wondered if this would work. I guess you can't. Oh yeah, so we can do it that way. Function tuple structure tuple variant. What did I do before? Oh, I see. Name new. All right. That, I'm not sure what the effect is going to be there. Justify content end. Do I have a flex direction column? Actually, we could have row. I think it would have to be justify self. And potentially flex direction row, but I'm not sure about that one. Let's check that. And I'm not sure about the absolute either. Okay, so now let's try a build. I should check on our HIO build as well. Okay, interesting. So now it's centered because its parent is justify content center. We're trying to align ourselves at the end and we're failing. So I think... one approach would be to have the in-game UI root be use the spread justify so that it forces everything out to the sides. Didn't really want to have to solve this in a jam, but actually it's interesting, so we'll keep doing it. We'll keep figuring it out. And we'll drink more coffee. Because that's bound to help. Let's think about this. Does position absolute let me ignore the other elements of the UI? Okay, independent of all other nodes but relative to its parent node. That kind of sounds like us, right? Okay, let's check about align self just in case, because we did change to flex direction row. it's absolutely refusing to pay any attention to. Yeah, damn. So align self does not work the way we thought it would. Within the space that it's given, and that's probably crucial, right? Maybe I should be using CSS grid. What about flex? What about the flex values? Let's just check this, and then we might punt and go to a different system. Oh, we did bad. We did bad. Justify self doesn't have that value. Okay. Just end. Actually, we should take the width down so that we can see the effect better. Let's do that. Let's go width 50. This is all web development stuff, man. Interesting. Okay. Now we're aligning with the end. And which value is controlling that? Let's play. Let's play with UI root, children, UI message, style, flex absolute, relative, doesn't change, absolute, direction inherit. Oh, you can use left, right, top, bottom. That might be an option. Oh, we got ads. Okay, so we got, we'll try using an in-game route that doesn't have, we're going to still have width and height of 100%, but it doesn't have justify content and position type. No, we'll keep, Keep position type, but we won't have justify content or align items. Yeah. And now we go, this is going to be in-game root. And now we'll see the difference. Interesting. Okay. So now hopefully by manipulating some of these values, now that we've got nothing to override, I'm hoping messages root. Oh, we got the wrong name. We'll change that. And then we go children, UI message, style, align items. No, align self, flex end, justify self end is not working the way I want it to. Start, end, and center. Right. So those don't work the way we'd like. It seems not possible to display things. Does changing position type absolute help here? No. Damn. Align self and justify self don't help. Really, the only way to control it is to have the parent determine what your position is. So maybe we should just be using absolute positioning. Let's look at this. Bottom. Percent. Okay. All right. So top. Interesting. That's just margins though, right? I thought that was an absolute positioning thing. Huh. This is annoying, but I'm not going to let it block us. I think we just need to transition straight to the container is a align items bottom or align items end 6. So justify, hang on, are we row or column? A column. So justify content. Let's justify items. Huh. In that case, does justify self have no effect for flex as well? Oh, god damn it. Maybe I should have been using CSS grid this whole time. Justify self, no, justify content. Flex direction. No, justify content end. We may not need position type absolute for this one. Okay, so we'll do that, and we'll do a line item center. So that we can get easy margins. And then we'll go back here and we'll make this height 25 should be fine. Make this more like 90%. Take away the aligned self, take away the justify self because they won't have any effect. Now that we know that, flex direction row, probably don't need absolute. And yeah, okay, now we're cooking. So we turn on the things and we see that we've got no margin, but that's maybe we should have a margin. Yeah, just to prevent this kind of thing from happening. In fact, maybe we should control all of it with margin. On the previous one, in-game root. No, not on. Well, yes, actually, on in-game root. Let's have a margin on that. Let's go. First of all, let's arrange these, and then margin UI rect all val vmin. I don't know, 2. Yeah. Cool. So that should give us a margin, and then we need an image background for this. So any image will do for now. We just want to prove that it works, essentially. So let's go with a sprite, and let's go. I'm sure that there's a way to do this. Like, people probably just use a top and then some sides, I imagine, to make it work. But in the meantime, let's go new. That's going to be way too big. Let's go like 500 by 500 for now. And okay, and we'll make the background something gray or whatever. Don't even know. Make it dirty green. And then, actually, that's probably all we need. So save as. Actually, let's save as a sprite because we're probably going to need this later. Let's go W either. Hey, BRF, how you doing? Am I saying that name right? That was totally a shot in the dark. Textures, and we'll go with. We'll put the A sprite in here for now. No, let's be organized. Let's be organized. Let's go. Let's go with new folder, art. Okay, and then we'll go message background a separate. Okay, then we'll go export to PNG into assets, textures, message background PNG. There we go. Export. Now, hello little puppy, how you doing? Good girl. Now, first of all, that is in-game UI root. There we go. And we're going to add to our asset pipeline. We're going to add a texture asset, which is going to be asset path equals textures messages root, was it? Or message root? Oh, did our build break again? Yes, it did. Message background. Fantastic. Pub message background. Handle image. Beautiful. And then we can use that. Not here, here. So we need texture assets. Where's texture assets? Thank you, clip. And we need to spawn p spawn name new message background image. Actually, this is probably going to need to be the parent of that node, like so. UI image. Hang on, where do I use UI image in QEBert? I do, don't I? QEBert titles. Oh, I use it as a, right. I have a whole thing for it, but let's go there. Go to definition, damn you. Ah, there we go. Just a bit slow. All right, new image button bundle. It doesn't have to be a button. UI image from image clone. Okay, cool. So here we go. From texture assets, message background clone. And then I think that yup will have to be a child of it. Like so. And yeah, that, I think that should be it. Except that you would want ptextbox to do this, right? You would want this. Yeah. So actually we want this to be in here. Go to definition. Wow, really? No? Okay. Yeah, we want it in here. Children spawn. Oh, which means we need the asset. That could be interesting. We're going to have to pass that in. So, are we? No, we shouldn't have to pass it in. How can we have it available to us? No, we have to pass it in. Damn. That's a little frustrating because I don't want to have to specify it every time I want to write text. But I guess it's just the way we have to go. Unless we make it some kind of built-in image, compiled in. No. We don't need to get fancy today. We just need to make things work. Okay, so that means I need here. Background image. Whoa, what happened there? Background is going to be handle image. And then we'll go 17 background, and maybe that'll be flexible so that we can change the background if we need to. It's not the worst thing in the world. With children, P excuse me. And what's your problem here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and this is a problem because, right, so let's go to its original statement in the trait. Stop using J, you're a bad Vimmer. Stop it. Background. Handle. Image. Maybe I should have some way of like impl into handle image, but okay, so let's go back here and we've got text box, and now we need to say texture assets, background, message background, clone. In fact, we might not even need to clone because we're going to clone it there. Expected expression. Oh yeah, because we took that out. No, we do need to clone, in which case we might not need to clone in the receiving function. It seems to me. Man, we got so much shit open. Where's my clone? There, 6. Do we need to clone? Feels like maybe we don't actually. That's good. All right, let's see what the overall effect is. Badness happened. Okay, unstyled child. You're using an entity without UI components as a child of an entity with UI components. I am. Huh. Is that because of the image? I feel like I used a UI image. Unstyled child in a UI entity hierarchy. Damn. No, 10, baby. Hello, pup. Although having said that, my tea is cold, so maybe I should have. Okay. So we spawned a UI image. Should I have put it with the node bundle? Maybe? Let's check this. No, wrong place for starters. Should I have done that? Might be simpler if it does actually work. Maybe a UI image doesn't have a transform on it, for example. Hey, it works. we have a text box with a background. Okay. Good. Obviously not very pretty, but it does work. So does one, it's not a background image, so does one have like a fixed size background image? This is a 1920 10 whatever screen. It's a 1080p screen. So should my background image be set pixel width and then just scale if we need to scale? I feel like the answer is yes, but I don't know. Also, just out of curiosity, what happens here? Oh, it goes behind. That's probably appropriate, actually. The UI should be in front. Okay, interesting. All right, good. So we can spawn text. Now, we need to come up with the correct width of text box. So let's think about this. Do we want it to take up the full width of the screen? Probably not. So maybe half the width of the screen. Maybe I should center it. How big would that end up being? Maybe we should say it's a 720p text box on a 1080p screen. What's the width for 720p? Should get another build started too, so I can figure out what's going on. 720p is 1280, of course. So let's try making this 1280. And fill and save and export as. And rerun. Well, that didn't work. So is that because of the size? Did I specify a size? No, it's definitely there. And this has got a margin now, which is good. Interestingly, it goes off the screen. So does that mean that my screen, my non-resizable screen, is not showing the full amount of the game? Or is the fact that I said width 100, height 100, but also with a margin mean that it's going off the screen? That's probably true, right? Well, if they weren't dead before, they are now. My puppy chewed my earbuds. Has she not swallowed any of them?
Fuck, I don't know.
I'm going to go and have a look.
Come on.
Okay, so yeah, so having a margin on 100% screen is not going to be a thing. So let's not do that. Let's put margins on all the things inside the thing. Maybe, is there a padding? Padding would be better. Extension trait for containers, 20. In-game root. Down. Let's get rid of the margin. Is it a padding? Oh yeah, there is. Nice. Okay, let's do that instead. Let's see how that displays. Yeah, much more sensible. Okay. So now this, if we look at inline in-game UI root and we look at children, UI message, children, text box, where is my UI image? Node, no, parent style transform.
How many did you have?
2, but one of them might have been in the drawer. And the working one was not that one. So one of them might be in the drawer or on the floor somewhere.
I'll check the floor.
Hey, Dettol Skincare, how you doing? Nice username. So where is the image? Where is the UI image? Can I search for it? UI message. Children text box. Where's my image? Okay, so the image must be in here. Node, no, parent, children. Text box text. Where is my image? Oh, UI image. There it is. Color, texture, flip X, flip Y. All right. It doesn't say how big it is. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what's going on there. All right. So changing the size of the texture didn't help me. I wonder why. Maybe it's still using the old version. Maybe I didn't save it out properly. Let's open it in a browser. Where are we? We're in Ether. Ooh, sorry for the flashbang. All right, well, that certainly seems to be the correct size. So that's not the problem. Oh, the left one won't charge. It's dead. But you found the other one, so that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's this?
It's just the extra bit of it. Okay, now. So the size, apparently I know why. It'll be because we haven't set a width and a height on that one. So if we go here, UI message, where's the UI? Show text box. Yeah, we need a width and a height. With children P text box, so 12. Go to definition, and yeah, this width and height is going to be wrong. So let's go with let's use pixel fixed heights for now. So width is 1280. Height is 720. And justify content center, sure, maybe, we'll see. Align items end, that's probably wrong. I don't see why we would align items end. Let's check this. I'm not sure. Because what we're probably going to want left justified text, right? So, interesting. So its containing box, I think, is not big enough for it. In height, at least. So maybe 720 is too big, because 720 would be half the screen, right? We don't want that. But the 1280 might be just about right. Maybe we should use 360 for the height. Come on, puppy. Come in here. Good girl. You've destroyed enough things for one day.
And left her fucking chew toy in the middle of the floor.
Wait, what? Oh, there's an MSS raid. Hey, Mixed Sauce. How you doing? What were you working on today? You're not doing this jam, are you? Oh, my cam's frozen. Thanks. Hey, Felony. Stupid camera. One of these days we're going to have to get someone who knows what they're doing to look at it. Properties. Frame rate. There we go. Message deleted by automod. MSS raids are ... Wait, what? Surely not. Wait, is that a fake out or... I'm so confused. I don't know enough about streaming. How am I doing? You've been working on your Elysium Miles? Nice. That's a fake out. Okay. You don't do these things to me. I'm old. I don't understand technology, except that I do, but only sometimes. So close to getting a demo. Seriously. Hey, do you have a... Yeah, stop winding me up. I'm too confused. Do you have a link you can show me? Or anything you want to share? I mean, by all means, although you're mostly sharing to people you've already been streaming to. But demo is sweet, man. You're innocent as a newborn. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, so this is very complicated stuff. We're playing with UI because this game is going to need a fair bit of UI. So we're trying to get that sorted. We need to change the canvas size of this to 360 height. Actually, sprite size, not canvas size. No, don't lock the ratio. Ah. Stupid A-sprite. There we go. And we'll save. And we'll export like an alpha. And by demo, it's a very early prototype demo. Still, man, I mean, let's not discount this. This is still a pretty impressive achievement. And we'll reload this. Thank you so much for the raids. Very kind. We're doing a 12-hour stream for Solo Dev Jam, and we'll be doing 12 hours every day for the next 3 days for my sins. So yeah, it's gonna be a time. It's gonna be a time. Not even that yet. Oh, okay. Still. I'm delighted for you. All right, so let's height 720. So we don't need that anymore. We need 360. 12-hour stream. You're not old. You're old and crazy. I'm building in breaks. I'm building in a lot of breaks. And there may be points at which I just decide to hunker down and don't talk very much. But yeah. Anyway, I had to do this. I'm tired and need to go to bed. I completely understand. Thank you so much for raiding and have a good rest. That, and then we run. Good night, Grumpy Geezer. Goes up. Okay, so now we're center justified, which I don't think I'm probably going to want. But again, height is wrong. So let's go, let's change that from 25%, which is what we were using. Because we want to get this to the point where we can just use it without thinking about it, basically. We'll stop setting a width and just let the image determine the width. And then the height, actually, let's do both. Let's try that. Just let the contents of the UI determine what the height's going to be. Ah, better. Okay, good. So I imagine that I could just add like little corners to this and be done with it, right? Like I don't necessarily, it doesn't have to be Flash. We also need to find a font from somewhere, but we'll do that. And we need a way to open and close it based on player input. And we also need to have a substate for it so that when it's visible, the game action stops. So you don't get destroyed by whatever's attacking you or whatever. Okay, so that is good. That is good. Do I want center justified? I kind of feel like I don't. So let's go with, we don't have to be perfect, but let's go with UI message, flex direction row with children p text box. So in-game root, does that have any justification on it? It has justify content end, align item center. That's okay because the child is p text box. And that has justify content center, and we need to probably change that. Ba-doo, 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 ba-doo. We get the basics right first, and then we play with it. Okay, align items probably needs to stop being center, and we need padding. 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 You little dog, you are honestly, yeah. Look at this dreadful dog. Hang on. Puppy Kim. There you are. Puppy, come here. Come here. Look at this dreadful dog. What's this? What's this? Yeah, that dog. You are a misbehaving monster. You. Yes, you. Yeah. You're behaving like a puppy, which is just unfortunate because I don't have time for you to be a puppy today. I just don't. I don't have it. No. Yeah. Okay. You can go. Ridiculous dog. Okay. Petting. No, we want UI rect. UI rect all vmin, I don't know, 2 again, because we guess about these things until we get it right. All right. Yep. And should we increase the amount of pet? Let's not be fussy. Let's just keep going. So, yep. So we get text. I think actually even a little more indent than that would be good. And now we need to think about state and how to manage it. So we'll create a substate of the screen gameplay, which activates when we have a text box visible. So let's do that. So let's go to screen mod, and we've got states screen. And I need to remind myself how to do Bevy substates. Exists only when the source state meets certain conditions, but unlike computed states, while they exist, they can be manually modified. Defining a single source state and value to determine its existence. All right, sweet. So, so let's think about this. Let's go, yeah, derive states, clone, partial equal, etc. Yeah, let's do that. So we got this screen gameplay. And we're gonna probably have a number of things in here. We might even have like a pause state, for example. But let's go with how do we describe this? Game phase? No. Game state? I don't know, that's bad. play state. I don't like using the word state necessarily all the time, but you know what? Let's not be fussy. Let's go game state. And the default is playing. And the substate we're looking for is message. Okay, and could potentially have pause and so on. What is app state in this context? Oh, I see. Okay. Sure. So, screen. Game state is never used. Sure. But it will be. It will be. It absolutely will be. First, we need to slurp some more tea. Okay. Now, we can then bind our states, our entity to be a state scoped entity. And they do that in title, state scoped, yeah, this. So we're going to do that, except we're going to scope it to a substate. Stop being a bad Vimmer. Be a good Vimmer. Okay, so state scoped, game state, message. All right, so that'll give us an automatic teardown, I hope. Oh, come on. I've already created it. Does it really only work with states and not substates? Oh, that would suck. Oh, you have to add the substate. Okay. Let's look for init state. Add substate. Game state. Yeah, that seems sensible. Does that help us with our other problem? Doesn't seem to. Oh, did I make that public? I did not. That would be why. Okay, so now we've got all of this stuff scoped to our substate. So if we're not in the substate, it'll tear everything down, which is exactly what we want. Cool. So actually, we might even end up making in-game root being message root, but we'll see. Okay, so now how do we dismiss it? If we're done. So let's go back to player where we were spawning this. Oh, we are there. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll fn trigger message state next state that'll be mutable res mute next state game state. And then we'll go next state set game state message. And so now what we can do is trigger that state on entry to the game. Somewhere. Little puppy, I understand that you want to go out, but you can't. You can't right now because your other human is cross with you because you keep chewing things. And I understand. I applaud your initiative, but you can't right now. Trigger message state. Okay. And then we'll go add systems on enter game state message show text box. And then the last thing we do is in show text box, we provide a key to exit, essentially. So that's going to need to be in the input manager bundle. Which I think will make it a action like so, pub enum UI or controls, maybe controls UI controls UI controls. Controls is very vague. Let's go with UI. UI controls. I don't know. Game controls. Names are hard. I think UI controls. Close message. And that's the first one we have. And we'll go 8 UI controls close message key code. What are we going to want to use? Space, I guess. Okay. That's bad for some reason. Oh, so we can only... Interesting. Right, I need a different input map now. Little puppy, I understand that you're sad. I really do. I really understand that you're sad. I think I have to do a different... I think I have to do a separate plugin. Yeah, I think something like that. Feels weird to add 2 separate plugins of the same kind, but I think I see where that's going. So go away, go away, go away. Oh, that's my last buffer, really? I'm being more disciplined than usual. This is weird. Okay, so we don't... Maybe I don't need multiple input maps, I don't know. But if I do I have more than one input manager bundle? I don't think you'd be allowed, would you? How did I do this in 6 ways. Let's look at that. 6 ways to delve. Player. No. Stone. Character stone. Is that where the input is? Nope, that is not where the input is. 6 ways. Controls. No. Input. Input mod. Here we go. Menu action, stone table action. This is sounding promising. Yeah, I've got lots of added plugins. Oh my goodness. Okay. And then we go input map, insert multiple. Oh yeah, we do have multiple bundles. So they coexist, I guess. All right, good to know. That can go away. We'll keep this for an example. And we will. This is move map. And this is UI control map. And then we will add that. And we will, nope, not that. We will add UI controls map. Okay, now we might be getting somewhere. All right, so now we need to deal with the controls for closing the message bundle. So we've got movement, I believe, record player directional input. We're also going to have FN record player control or UI controls maybe. Well, yeah, okay. Let's go mute player, query, action state, UI controls. We can do with player. I don't think it really matters, but we can do it. Might make it slightly faster, you never know. And then if let OK, action state equals player, get single mute. And we're also going to need next state. So let's go NOP. Yep. So mute next state res mute next state game state. And if action state just pressed UI controls, I think that's reference close message, then a next state set game state playing. So the nice thing about that is that it'll hopefully just despawn all of our UI for us, which is fantastic compared to what I was doing. Yeah, So touch wood. Oh, we got camera freeze again. Yay for camera freeze. Stupid thing. Okay. Now, we need to run it. So, add systems, record player directional input, and we're going to add record player UI controls. Like so. Okay, that should just about do it. Getting pretty close to another break. What's the time? Oh yeah, it's just after 10, so we'll wait till the ads kick in and then go for it, which is going to be real soon. But in the meantime, does this work? Okay, it spawns and we hit space and nothing happens. Okay. Well, that's good. Why? Why nothing happened? I've added the plugin. I've put the input manager thing in. This should actually only run in the substate. So maybe we should... Maybe we should... It is in set record input, but I'm wondering if we should take this out. App, add systems, update, record player UI controls, inset, app set, record input, run if, in state, game state, message. Yeah, I think that's a nice way of expressing it. Oh, and we got ads. I know, it's the ad break. It's perfect. Okay. Okay. Now then, we are back. And we're taking breaks, which is good. It's very, very good. This is a sustainable approach to the jam. Now, we were trying to figure out why the input did not do what we thought it would. So let's go to... Oh, actually, we needed that. Let's go to show text box. No, let's go to trigger message. Well, trigger message state is doing its thing. Where was... Oh, we're not actually turning it off yet. Okay. Yeah, so... Oh, yes, we are. We're doing it right here. If let OK action state, player gets single mute. If action state just pressed UI controls. Next state set. All right, let's try this. Let's try... we need to know if this is happening. Close message. And got player controls. Okay. So let's check both of those things are happening. The way we do it. The way we do, play. Okay, so we definitely got the player controls. And the closed message, but the box didn't disappear. Excuse me. So that's definitely not working the way we would like. So we've transitioned from game state message to game state playing here. However, we don't seem to be tearing things down the way I would expect. So, why is that happening? I would have expected it to tear down. Will that not work on a substate? Where else might be state scoped? Maybe the in-game route needs to be state scoped? No? This part is the bit that should get torn down. Interesting. How can I debug that? Maybe by running and then using the EGUI. So hopefully will it... Oh, I probably won't even show game state actually, now that I think of it. So the in-game route still exists, and it still has all of its children, UI message. Yeah. So does state scoped work with substates? Entities marked with this component will be removed when the world state of the matching type no longer matches the supplied value. Remember to configure your application with enable state scoped entities. I'm pretty sure... Oh, on your states of choice. Oh, okay. Bingo. We didn't do that. Let's try that. So let's look for game state. Yeah, here we go. Beautiful. So, game state. Nice. All right, let's try this again. Hoping to see a change, otherwise I have no clue what's going on. All right, and hit space, and it goes. Yes, we're so smart, or rather the Bevy people are so smart, and we're kind of standing on the shoulders of giants. But it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It is all good. Everything is good. Okay. And we just drink some tea in celebration. And it is delicious, delicious tea. Okay, good. So we have a text box that we can hit space to close. Let's provide that direction to the player. Whether by, we could make it a little picture, but honestly, we just write the word space down the bottom right or something like that. So let's look for text box. And entity with children spawn, blah, blah. And I wonder if we can use an align self. Oh, no, because that doesn't work with Flexbox, right? So we'd need... Are we in row or column at this point? I think we're in row. So we would need a new row, which is what this would be. Actually, UI image from background and then entity with children. I think it's going to inherit flex row. So if I add another child here, it should be in the next row, right? In theory? Or, well, let's find out. Let's find out. Children spawn. Name. New. Close direction. Or hint, I guess, or control hint. Text bundle. Text bundle from section. Space. Style. Text style. And this is going to be, hey, Robitussin, how you doing? How's your, well, it's my Saturday. How's your Friday treating you? Hey, Uga, how you doing? Okay, so text bundle from space, text style. So let's go font size quite small and default. And we'll probably want to rearrange it a little bit, but let's just see what that looks like. Boop-a-doop-a-doo-ba-doo. Play, and then, oh, okay, so it's in, it's in, I guess column, no. It's in row mode, but we want it to be in column. I think is the thing here. My knees are dying from high school PE. Oh, harsh. Yeah, that can be tricky. I had joint issues all the way through school too. And I'm suffering for it now, I got to tell you, so look after him. Okay, so we want the alignment here to be align items. No, we want flex direction to be set here. Flex direction column. And that hopefully should solve our problem. Yeah, perfect. So now we want the align of this one to be right and maybe a bit bigger. And yeah, a bit bigger. We had to do a pacer test and it was for a grade. Oh, which was stupid because anything below 21 laps was an F. I literally got lightheaded and stopped at 20. That's really hard, man. We had PE, but it wasn't in New Zealand. I don't recall it being graded like that. Like it was just. Actually, I don't even remember. I think you got a grade, but it wasn't based on how many laps you could complete or anything like that. That seems pretty unfair. So let's give that a little bit of a margin, maybe. Margin UI rect all vmin 2. And what is your problem there? Oh, where am I? Oh, that's textile, right. With style. Style. Default. And we want it to have, so it's a text bundle, but we want to be able to align it right. Does that mean I need another node? I probably do, right? Well, I hope they at least give you some consideration for the fact that you were having consciousness issues by the end of it. So I can't use the line self. That won't work. Does it support text align or not really? No, that's not a thing. So we're probably going to have to use a node, another node. Which is going to spawn out of here. With children. Name. New. Control hint text. What did you do during your game jam, Bevy? Well, I spent most of it writing UI. This does not look right. What am I missing? Yeah, better. Okay, so now we can do flex direction. We don't need to change. Whoa. That was not what I meant. We don't need to change the flex direction, I don't think. I just want align items. Don't set a height, don't set a width, don't set padding, maybe? We could put the margin in here, that would be easier. 17. We could put that in there and then we could put align items, flex direction, align items end, like so. Then this could go away. And what does that leave us with? What does that leave us with? Not quite what I was after. Maybe it's justify content because we're in row now. Yeah, better. Okay. So now we need that to be able to display down the end. And I think the way to do that is to align this parent container so that it's space between. I don't know if that exists in Bevy UI, but we'll find out. Yeah, maybe. So our parent is the text box, flex direction column, padding, width, and the UI image. Can I do a justify content stretch? Space between, that's what we want. Let's try that. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. And in fact, I don't know that we need all this margin because the margin around the outside is going to take care of most of it. So let's go UI hints all over the place. Why are you no close? There we go. So the margin down here is probably unnecessary. And is there such a thing as text like letter spacing? No. There's probably no kerning in Bevy UI yet. Or maybe there is and I don't know about it. Just out of curiosity. No. No. Oh well. We'll find out. Anyway, one of the things that's still failing here is this web build. And I assume it's because of VGUI. It is not, actually. Arguments to this method are incorrect. Expected time instant found Bevy utils instant. Ooh. Is this a known bug in Leafwing? We don't want to have to deal with that. Maybe we should be using Leafwing from the branch. Crash for Wasm. Yeah, let's go branch for now. So that's in cargo. And we've got Leafwing. Get equals and then we will commit that and the rest of the stuff that I'm working on. Add message box. And we'll try another release build. And eventually we'll get to the place where we can release to itch. But we're just working there in stages. There's no dramas. There's no dramas. Run workflow. Okay. Who is on for the team at the moment? Oh. Has my bot died? My bot has died. Let's bring him back. Boop. There we go. Practical NPC. Who is doing a huge amount of work helping this jam come together. Very, very cool. Digital Iliad. I don't think I even follow them. Let's check. Make sure the sound is off. I do not. Let's follow them. They must be newish to the team. You should follow these people. They're all cool. Irish John. Very highly recommended. Okay, so that build should be going ahead, and we'll keep an eye on that. And we will continue. So we're at the point where we can open our box, close it, and display a message. This is good because we'll be able to use this code again in other games. So very happy about that. Might even leave it in the template. Okay, so space, that looks a bit funky. Maybe we'll just, but yeah, otherwise looks good. Okay, cool. So we'll probably change it for something more black and white, but that's okay. Now, let's go space. Let's change that to this. Like so. We'll probably end up using a different font too, but no hurry with that. Cool. So now we can display messages. Now we need to hook up messages to, I think, an event system. And then have it listen to the events. And the event can be like new message or show message or whatever. And that will allow us to hook it to in-game events. So how are we going to do that? Let's see if we've got any event handling code already in here that we can yoink. The event on press is triggered when the button interaction pressed. Let's look at the event definition. Yeah. So it's just pubstract on press, and then we get a trigger on press, interaction query. If matches interaction pressed, commands trigger targets. Yeah, that's a little bit different. That's more of a UI event, but I think we'll still use some of the structure, right? So we'll go in-game events or message events. Maybe we'll just have like an events mod. So let's go with make dir source events. Wait, did we?
Go to work.
It's time to go to work apparently.
Ted's like, you're fucking kidding me. Day in a row. Come on.
You'll need probably treats because I don't have any, baby. I'm sorry. The dogs have to come to work with me. Okay, so did we end up... We just have a game directory now, don't we? Game mod. So we could put the events within there. So why don't we go mv source events,
Go to work, please.
source game. Thanks, baby.
I'll come back after I make a copy and take them out.
Of course. Okay, so we've made that, and then we'll go, we'll write to this, and we'll go, hey Fuzzy, how you doing? Good morning to you. And we'll write this to, actually we'll copy this to source game events mod rs. And then, oh, you're going to knock that over, aren't you, buddy? The dogs have been shut in with me. They're not happy about it. Okay, so how's it going so far? Well, this is what we have. We've been spending the morning on UI and setup. So we've got a message box that can display text, and if you hit space, it closes. And then my default animation. it's very detailed and complex. But that's the way it goes. Hey, Woodstone's back. How's work going? It's a good rainy day to be at work, or at least it is in Auckland. Okay, now we've got, yeah, so we're going to have our event. Our plugin is good. App Systems update trigger on press is probably not good yet, but we're going to go, we're trying to be structured about this. We're trying to be structured. Your back kind of work goes good. I realized I could hook my keyboard up to my phone and do some basic frameworks. What? You're all hacking your phone in there. You're gonna get even more of a reputation for being the computer guy. Phones with mouse and keyboard supported goated. I got the fright of my life when I first went to my last workplace because I plugged my phone into the monitors to charge it, and the phone screen shot up onto the monitor. I was like, what? I didn't know it did that. But yeah, phones and external monitors, it's a thing. But I guess you couldn't plug in. Well, you could plug the phone into the monitor, and if it had a KVM, you could plug the keyboard into the monitor as well, and then you'd be off to the races, man. Who needs a computer? Okay, so Pubstruct, what's our event name going to be? Our event name is going to be new message, show message, show message. I don't know. I don't know about that name, but I'll think of something. I feel like there could be a lot of related events for messages. And I think, OGMA's live. Wow, I haven't seen them stream for ages. I'm never on at the right time. Certainly can't watch today. Okay, update. We're going to go with handle. Oh, this is terrible, but handle game events for now. And actually, we may end up creating a system set to do this. I wish I had an example, but I don't, so I'm going to wing it. And we'll go handle game events. We're not going to have an interaction query. Commands trigger targets. What? What is that? I think I need the Bevy cheat book for... Oh, we haven't failed our web build yet anyway. Oh my God, did it work? It can't have. Did it actually work? Okay, let's check. Let's check. Let's check my game. Reload. Problem loading a project. Edit game. Upload files. No files have been uploaded. Okay, so that didn't work. But maybe there's another step. Oh, there is another step actually, now that you mention it. It is in the release stage. So it just hasn't done this bit yet because it's waiting for the other two builds. Which is kind of annoying because the web build's already finished, but never mind. We'll see if that works. GitHub Actions, you gotta love it. Okay, so now we need to look up the Bevy cheat book handling, event handling. Bevy cheat book events. Unofficial Bevy cheat book. Oh, sorry. Hang on. There you go. My bad. I wish these things would remember what what style I was using. Okay, events. Current. Nice. Well done updating them. The Bevy cheat book maintainer is awesome. Okay. Events are simply Rust structs or enums. That's interesting, actually. We could use an enum. Level up event entity. Player level up. Interesting. Events should be your go-to data flow tool, as events can be sent from any system and received by multiple systems. They're extremely versatile. Events can be a very useful layer of abstraction. They allow you to decouple things so you can separate different functionality and more easily reason about which system is responsible for what. Okay. You can imagine how even in a simple player level up example, using events would allow us to easily extend our hypothetical game with more functionality. If we wanted to display a fancy level up animation, etc., we can just add more systems that read the events and do their respective things. If the player level up system had simply checked the player XP and managed the player level directly, it would be unwieldy for future development of the game. Fair. When you register an event type, we'll create an events T resource, an event maintenance system, preventing them from accumulating and using up memory. Possible pitfalls. Beware of frame delay, one frame lag. If your systems have run conditions, they might miss some events when they're not running. Okay. So register the event, and it could be an enum too. But I think probably what we're going to want is a show message event that contains a message. It seems to me. So let's work on that. We've got the events mod, but I think we're probably going to want to move this into a submod like pub, well, actually mod messages. And then we're going to edit messages RS. Now, trigger on press is definitely not a thing. That's definitely not a thing. This. Okay, so mod messages, and then pub super fn plugin, add systems, handle game events. I think that's too general. I think probably what we're going to want is another plugin. So add plugins, and it's going to be messages plugin. I really like this pattern that they've come up with now, which just makes so much more sense to me. So we don't need this event anymore, and we don't even need this really. We're just going to use this one, and our struct is going to be show message, and then add systems update show messages, and this is going to be show messages. Teddy, you can sit at the door and whine all you like, but you're not getting outside. I'm sorry, dude. It's just not happening. And then how do we shape it? We use an event reader. Seems to me. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now, first of all, we need to include this from the game mod. So we've got this nice clean structure now where we've got events plugin. Okay, and this is a thing because of that. Nice. All right. So now we've got the events plugin, which uses the messages plugin. What is your problem here? Oh, unnecessary double parentheses. Sure, why not? But we'll have more. I hope. That's a good boy. What a good titty. Yeah. I'm just petting you. It's okay. I know you're offended. I know your dignity has been hurt. I know. I understand. Yeah. The poor dog. The poor dog. Imagine one of the humans going out without you. Imagine it. How could that even happen? How did it take place? But sadly it did. Okay, now what's your deal here? Yeah, we don't have level up event. So this is event reader. Oh, we're so composed. We're so composed. We've got so much style and flair in this new system. I love it. This is now the truest betrayal, right? I know. Look how sad he is. Hang on. Look how sad. Oh, that's not sadness. That's just a dog chest. Look at this. He won't even look at me. He won't even look. He's just sad. So sad. He's a good boy. Yeah. Look at those wistful eyes just peering off into... Oh, and there's an ear. Peering off into space. Okay. Message reader is... Message reader... And actually, I don't think I want for EV because I'm glad he's getting pet still. The second best treat, right? Look at that noble nose. Look at that ridiculous puppy getting in the way. Okay, now, so we have for message and message reader read. What is ePrintln? I didn't even know about that. Oh, is this a way of printing event entities? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that existed. Prints to the standard error with a new line. Oh, error. Error in progress. Equivalent to the println macro, except the output goes to IO standard error instead of IO standard out. Well, there you go. I did not know. Panics if writing to IO standard error fails. Yeah, okay. All right, so now we actually want to show the message. So we've been sent an event. Oh, he's down for the count. He's down for the count. We readjust the puppy cam. Oh, there's a puppy in the way of the puppy cam. brain? Is there any brain in here? Is there any brain? There's no brain. No brain. No brain. Yeah. So we are showing. So we're probably going to need such a good boy. Right. He is. He's a good lad. He's opinionated. If he thinks he's not getting, if he's not getting his measure of doggy dues, then he really struggles. He's very good at letting you know. Tilly, down in front. No, you're just going to get the puppy nose for a while, I'm afraid. Okay, now we're going to use commands here, I think. So mute commands. Commands. Beautiful. And then we'll get rid of this and we'll go commands. What did we call it in game? Game. What did we call it? I thought it was in game. No? Damn it. In-game root. Yeah, there we go. This whole thing, in fact. So let's just do this. Boop-a-doo. And then we'll need texture assets. Still wish there was a command to pat them through the internet. Well, you know, what I was thinking was, you know those things that you can remotely check on your dogs while you're at work, and they can dispense treats? So you can hit a button if the puppy's being good, and it'll shoot a treat out of the little box. I was thinking it'd be so good if that was a redeem, right? So you could just fire treats at them. They'll probably get overfed pretty quickly. But yeah, I was really tempted to do that, or even just build one right out of a Raspberry Pi or something. And we definitely need to work on the camera being able to follow them around. You can get those, I know. Okay, so are you're lying down now too? Okay, so we're happy. Tilly, you always blow out the camera though. You're very white. Okay, you could use Twitch to achieve that, right? They have to be an expensive redeem, or else, yeah, I'm feeding them 100 times the stream. That's the problem, right? And also the fights, like Ted he's not really food aggressive, but if he thinks that Tilly is getting in his face too much when there's food around, then he'll definitely let her know. And so I'd have to find a way to somehow administer a treat to each of them simultaneously. I don't know. It's got issues. It's definitely got issues. Okay, so we need the texture assets. Oh, I'm being a good Vimmer. That was me being a good Vimmer. Texture assets. Resource texture assets. And what's your problem here? Oh, the trait's not in. So I've got to use... I'm getting much better at traits now. That's good. Use... Is it crate or... crate... I want to say... I can't remember. Where is it defined? Oh, we got ads. Okay, we should hopefully be almost back from ads. Puppies look like they've settled in to be boring for a while. I mean, I could do it so that the redeem is just that you redeem it and then I give them a treat, but that seems too low tech. Text is a string, and we might do more complex things with it later. P text box, and then the message is message text, probably into message O text. No? Wrong. Oh, it needs the copy trait. Clone. All right, cool. Now, what else do I need? Is that enough for me to send an event? It is, right? So now instead of doing this in player, I can send an event. So I need an event writer. Instead of having commands, I go message events writer, message writer. It probably has to be mutable, I guess. Yeah. Mute message writer, res mute. Wait, what? Event writer. Show message. And then instead of all this, we do we send, basically. So event message writer send player message text I keep having this dream. Apparently that's not public. It is public. What's the problem? Oh, it exists, but it's inaccessible? Why? Create game events messages player message. Why is it inaccessible? Because it's inaccessible because its parent, which is events mod, is not exposing it. I bet that's why. Yep, nice. So now we should be able to import it. I love that after a while, things start to make a little bit of sense in Rust. Return type is player message to the type of argument being passed. What did I miss? Oh, I know. Yeah, I have to actually wrap it in an event. So we have to go show message, player message, like so. And this probably needs to be into. Nice. All right, I think we might finally be able to test this. I believe we might. Uh-oh, no, because I haven't added the event. See, I knew without reading the error, I knew I'd screwed up. Sorry, I'm just having position issues. There we go. All right. So I'd be screwed if I had to do Woodstone's reveal of not saying so. So is really important. At the event. That's going to be in here. Yeah, right. Add event. Show message. B indeed. I agree with you. Okay, sweet. So that's good. So now does it build? Does it build? Does it run? Does it build and run? It does not. But there might be a different reason. Show messages does not exist. Resource requested by game events message show messages. Really? It's kind of cool. We should make a way for that to be an ongoing sound. Why does the resource not exist? Am I running it too early? Wait, show me that error again. Texture assets doesn't exist. Is that because, that must be because I'm running it before loadings had a chance to kick in. So that means how do I control that? What about how player works? Register type, add plugins, add systems. Maybe I should just run if in-state game state or run if in-state screen gameplay. That would probably limit it, right? Lots of stuff. Yeah, so update. Run if, actually we should put it in an app set. We should put it in an app set. What app set should we put it in? We should put it in app set, in set, app set, app set, app set. What are the options? App set. Tick timers, record input, and update. I think update, right? That might help, I think, just in terms of us ordering our inputs. Nope, it didn't. Damn. Asset tracking texture assets doesn't exist. Why? Also, we should get rid of input just pressed. That's in Splash. I want to try and limit all of this noise on the output so that I can focus on what matters. Theme prelude star in player. Okay. Now, why doesn't it exist? Why? Texture assets isn't a thing yet because of when this is running, I think. So if I look at game and mod, I feel like it should have taken effect by now. Let's look at when that app set runs, maybe. Yeah, these ones. Upset update runs just on update. Where else do we use it? Movement, insert app set update. It's hard to say. Insert app set update. Apply movement chain, insert app set update. Fade in and out. Yeah, so maybe I have to only run it during that game state. Run if in state games screen gameplay. Let's try that. All right. All right, we'll give that a crack. Hey, we're back. Okay. Now play, and I keep having the stream, and it's responding to an event. Now I suspect that this won't, oh, that will work, but for the wrong reason. So what we need to do is put the controls for that event. So there's a couple of approaches. We could send an event just to close the existing window and have that be controlled from here. That kind of makes sense to me. Hide message or remove message, maybe. Hide message or dismiss message. And we will add that event. And we'll deal with it. Actually, we don't need commands, we just need game state. So mute next state, res mute game state. No. Next state, game state. And we're also going to need the reader. So shouldn't need to be mutable, should it? I don't understand why. Oh, I guess because you get rid of the alt messages sometimes. Okay, and then we'll go for message in message reader. Next state, set. Game state, playing. That's a reasonable start. Dismiss message is not an event. Really? Looks like an event. Ah, Bevy. Derive. There we go. Ba-doo-ba-doo. Okay. Now we can remove that control. Well, we won't remove the control, but we'll we will change the way it's implemented so that we can respond to the events in other systems if we like. So mute dismiss writer is an event writer dismiss message. Send dismiss message. And we don't need that anymore. Nice. Okay, so now that should have very much the same effect. We shouldn't see a change. I keep having this dream. Ah, didn't work. Okay, so that's good to know. Why? Let's go back to the event handling stuff. Aha, it's not being run. We should probably run it. I think we should run it. Dismiss messages. I feel like this quick start is already teaching me much better habits. I feel like I just feel much more in control of my game than I was before, which is really a really nice feeling. Man, we've already been streaming for 4 hours. I still only have a title screen and some UI, but you know, it's fine. We're doing it in a manageable way, right? We're not. Hey, it works. Nice. We're not trying to conquer the world. We're trying to come out of it alive at the other end. Okay. So first of all, did our build work? Oh, it didn't run because one of the others failed. God damn it. What was wrong with the Windows build? Splash. What is your problem? Cannot stat target release native.exe. I bet we didn't enter a name for something. Let's look. We probably missed a name of some kind. Release. Windows. Binary extension exe, run a Windows latest. Windows env app package name. I wonder if either is a YAML keyword or something. It's definitely set. What else do we have that might have display name, package app non-Windows, package app Windows, app package name, env.package. What isn't being set that should be? Hey, Dev Mashup, how you doing? Yeah, something's not being set. I don't know what. How am I doing? I am doing okay. I am trying to get to the bottom of this little error, which seems to be doesn't have a name for my exe. You know what? Just to progress, I'm going to kill the Windows build for now, because I don't know why. As it passed cargo build binary name, either app short name. Yeah, I don't know why that would be. Let's go back up to the Windows builds, which will be in release under GitHub. And we will disable Windows. Because really, who needs it right now? Okay, add that, add event handling, turn off Windows build. And we'll have to go through the whole goddamn thing again. But that's all right. We'll get there. We will get there. I have faith. I have faith in us. Okay, still building the hexagonal game. No, actually, although yes, in theory, but no, I'm building something for Solo Dev Jam, which is this one. And it's on this weekend, and I'm streaming all weekend. We're building, the theme is 2-button controls, and we're building a little game that runs along that theme. But so far, all we've got is a tiny bit of UI. And that's all we got. But it's fine. So, the next thing we're going to need is a sense of how to... how am I going to trigger these messages to the player based on where we are in the game? It might be based on transforms, or it might be based on interesting. Based on timing, for example, is one way of doing it. But timing can be quite inflexible because the player could be sitting there just not moving around. So I think the player's world position is probably good. Which makes me think we're probably going to need Bevy ECS tile map or similar. And I'm going to need to figure that one out. So I wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea to make that happen next. Add the ECS tile map and just get some tiles displaying. Because normally when I do a tile map game, I've been moving the character from one tile to the next. But in this case, we're just going to use it as a backdrop, really. And maybe prevent them from moving further than they need to. It's also, the other issue is I'm going to need to implement the game's main mechanic, which is going to be a cloud of like little drone things around them that they will need to be able to direct. And I have that from a previous game. I've already implemented that idea, so I could re-implement it in a different way using that as an example. So it's just a question of what to do next, really. Now that I can trigger events whenever I want. By the way, what happens when you trigger an event with a lot of text in it? So let's look at player. Does it wrap is my question. Yes, it does. And it actually looks fine. So that's good. How much text would you have to have before it started really flaking out? I think the dogs are sleepy. They can just stay asleep. Okay. Okay, then it starts breaking. All right, so we've got a limit, but that's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, I need to go to the loo. I'll be right back. I've been drinking too much tea. Ah, that's so much better. So much better. All right, now. So we need, I think tile map is the next step because I think the alternative is, yeah, I think tile map is the next step. So let's go. One of the things I have about tile maps is I know they're usually like rectangular, and I'm wondering if I can have one that has angles in it. So tile map examples diagonal auto tiles and Godot. Yeah, this kind of thing. Is that not a thing? Is that a thing? Because I was hoping to be able to build tiles like that, but I don't know if it's too complicated for a 3-day jam. Maybe I should just do the sensible thing, right? Because I'm going to have to lay these out essentially myself. There's no automation, so is it just going to be hideous? Maybe I should just keep it real simple and try and get something implemented. I had this vision of like tiles doing diagonals. Maybe I could get it to work. Just trying to think. You know what? I should just go with my gut. I should go with my gut. I should try and implement something that'll work. What is... How to check for collisions in diagonal tiles. Oh, that's an interesting point. That is an interesting point. Because if the tile diagonal crosses multiple tiles, how do you figure out the collisions? Just by adding colliders along... I don't know. I don't even have colliders yet. Like, I'm going to have to add avian. I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to open this. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be a flashbang. I'm sorry, but there's only like a couple of people watching anyway, so hopefully you can look away. Use small collision maps for each different tile. Do not use collision maps. Yeah. I think I am going to try to draw some. I'm going to add Bevy ECS tile map. Let's go... let's go... KiwiBit cargo. And let's grab that version. And take it back into ours. How's our build going, by the way? Did we start another one? Oh, I guess we didn't. Did I push to remove Windows? Turn off Windows builds. Yeah. So let's go actions, release, run 0.1.0, and sooner or later we'll get a working release. Okay. So, yeah, only 2 jobs. That's the way we want it. Actually, we'll just come out of here. We're pretty sure that that works already. And we'll probably look at creating a tile map. So a basic one though, right? Like a really simple one. That lines up nicely. Yeah. Okay. So let's go into a sprite and we will... sure, why not? We will create a new sprite and we'll make it... what do we want our tile map size to be? Maybe 64? Let's go 64. So 64 times, I don't know, 10. Okay. So now we need grid. And we want just real black and white palette kind of colors. Actually, we might not even need to, we could just do a line drawing in black, to get our diagonal. Well, actually, let's have an all black tile. So this. Like so. And then an all white tile. I want kind of a grayscale vibe. And then we'll put the diagonals on the row maybe, so on the next row. So do we have a triangle tool or is that not a thing? That's not a thing, but we've got a line, right? So let's do that. And then in black, I'm so bad at A-spray. Okay, that for some reason gets a jaggy there, so we'll do it there. And then we can fill here. And then we can't really fill here, so we'll have to use line drawing. Nope, bad. Like so. I'm getting hungry. And so, and then we can do that. And then we can take the whole thing and invert it a couple different ways. And then actually I can I flip horizontal in game, or am I going to need, I think I'm going to need these separately, so let's just do that. Can easiest tile map do the flip for me, or doesn't it matter? We'll do a flip vertical and another flip horizontal. Like so. And then, yeah, it's kind of angular, but maybe we can muddy this up a little bit. We probably will, right? Like you can use shaders, a shading brush, whatever it is. So we need the ability to show straight lines up as well. I'm wondering if, do I want it to be this hard-edged, or do I want it to kind of waver? I might want it to sort of waver along a little bit. And also to have a different angle, like that kind of thing. I kind of want this black and white aesthetic to go with the 2-button theme. Let's see. First of all, let's save this out to art. Tile set, a sprite, and export as tileset PNG in here. Nice. All right, now let's work on just being able to display that, right? We can make it more detailed later. We know that our current, I'm thinking about having them only able to move on the white areas. It'd be kind of funny if one of the 2-button controls moved you to the black area, but I don't think that's a thing right now. Been going for almost 5 hours. No wonder I'm hungry. Let's think about this. Do I really want to be limited to 45 degrees? I don't think I do. I think I also want them to be more wavery and less defined. But let's go with some halves. So let's do this. And then select. Whoa, come back. Come back. Oh, I'm so bad at controlling a sprite. I'm so bad. Rotate. No, not that. Ah, damn it. Rotate 90. And flip vertical. That didn't do what I thought it would. There we go. All right. So that gives us some... It reminds me of one of those kids' games, those puzzle games. And we should probably have one with equal amounts on either side. If we're assuming that the white colors are the path for now. Probably won't end up being white, but just 2 colors, whatever they happen to be. Yeah, so we'll go with... let's go with this and this and this. I should have done that first. Damn. Okay, cool. So, yeah, and then rotate horizontal. Okay, how are we looking now? We've got this abstract series of shapes. We will export it. Repeat last export, I guess. No, not that. Although, actually, good point. But no, we're not exporting as a sprite sheet because we don't have to. We're not doing like animation. We've already got the grid, so it doesn't matter. So it's 10 by 10. This is enough to get it into code. So let's try doing that. I feel like we're going to need a map plugin of some sort. So we can try doing that. Let's go with the events one that we had. Make a directory for map. There we go. And then we're going to want game mod to include map. So perp mod map. Map plugin. And this is events mod, player, map. Here we go. And then we won't add plugins. Maybe. I don't know what I'm going to need here yet. Probably something like spawn. We might create it a bit like we did with a bit like player does. So in level, we've got spawn player, and we could easily have a spawn map as well. So if we look at spawn player, we could grab a bunch of this stuff and put it in the map mode. Let's try that. Probably not going to need 90% of this. But that is okay. Register type map, maybe? I feel like map is a bit of an overloaded term. Game map. Don't think we'll do that just yet. Input manager, no. Update, no. Really none of this. So let's just reduce that for now. Get rid of some things we don't need. And then moving on down, we don't need action likes. We do need a struct, I guess. Rather than calling it map, it'd be nice to call it game map or something like that. It's not great, but we'll deal. And then spawn game map. Run system once with self spawn game map. And then we'll have in spawn game map. Commands, texture assets, probably. Texture atlas layouts, probably. And then layout is going to be 64 is still our size, so that's good. I guess it's good. Yeah, it's probably good. 10 by 10 it's going to be. With no padding and whatever other things. And then layout, yes. No animation, no movement map or UI command map. No bundles. We'll go with game map. Sure, why not? And game map. Actually, we called it base layer. We've called it base layer previously, but there might not be any other layers. So, sprite bundle, no. Texture atlas, probably, but let's figure that out. Because we're going to be adding tiles to this, so we need to think about how to do that. I don't need record player UI controls, that's for sure. Or record player directional input. Trigger message state, no. Show text box, no. Okay, so now we've come down to a set of stuff we're a bit happier with. Let's get rid of that. State scope screen gameplay is correct. This is not correct. And index 0 would be fine for this, but let's just figure out what we actually need. So we will look at our code from 6 Ways to Delve. And it will be in map, I want to say. The old style of coding. And we'll need probably most of this. Okay, where are we? Messages? No. Map? No. Map mod? Yes. All right, so we'll put this in here and we will probably... Actually, you know what? I'm so used to the base layer pattern. I'm just going to keep using it. And if we never have another layer, then that's fine. Because game map just sounds weird to me. I could just say tile set. Maybe. Yeah, why not? Let's be sensible about that. Tile set. Tile set, one word, 2 words. Tile map. Tile map. Tile set. Tile map. I hate naming things. Oh, my camera's frozen again. Yay. I wish it would at least let out... Oh my god, that's a terrible face to freeze on. I wish it would at least let out like a little notice. A bing, your camera failed. Please address. But no. Such is life. Tile set, tile map. Tile set. Tile map. Tile map. Okay. Actually, tile map might be a reserved key set thing, so let's go tile set. Okay. All right. Now, how do we do all this? I need a series of definitions. Grid size, map type, tile size, blah, 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 blah. Now, it would be quite convenient if these were constants because I'm always having to check on these values. I wonder if that's a sensible thing to do. Because they never change. Why don't we put them in this module and see if we can make sense of that. And we're about to have an ad break, which means that I will probably go and get some lunch because it's 12 and we said that we're going to hold ourselves to having good breaks because that is the only way this shit is going to be sustainable. Back in, I'm going to say it's going to be either 15 or 20, probably 15. And I'm going to eat some food because I'm hungry. I'm making another cup of tea. Maybe some soup. Soup. Interesting. But thanks for hanging out and feel free to stay and get a break yourself or do whatever. I hope some of you are co-working. That'd be cool. Doing some of this game jammy type stuff. In the meantime, we will shout out our team. Irish John gets the shout out. Thoroughly deserved for the Jern man. Okay. Yes, it will be lunch. It will be lunch. The dogs can stay right there. They'll probably be upset with me, but that's okay. And we'll turn the mic off. Right then. That was tasty. Ooh, that chili crisp was hot though. A little bit spicy. It's a tiny bit spicy. And also I have mushroom soup, which is the best news all day. It is delicious. Okay. Our little game. How's our little game going? Did our build work? No. All right. So now we've gotten through to this stage. We need to correct it. Invalid game. Okay. So I'm thinking that it might not be, excuse me, it might not be Basie either. It might be Eloquent Geek either. Oh, I do apologize. So we could rerun that. Changing the config. We just have to go through the build again, I think, at this point. Because my username is Basie, but I think my channel name is probably Eloquent Geek. So let's just try. Actually, it's Eloquent Geek Games, right? Eloquent Geek, yep. So let's try that. I bet that's the issue. So we will go and release YAML 29. This is probably this. Like so. And we will try to make that work. Correct itch path. All right, and now rerun the build once again, and eventually we'll get to the point where we don't even have to care about this, which will be great. Just great. And we can just run it automatically. We love a good automatic build around here. We really do. Okay, so we'll let that run and we will continue. So the tile maps. All right. With the tile map, we want to be in map. Excuse me. The chili is seriously making me sweat. Okay, this is unused. Pretty much all of that is unused. And we need use Bevy ECS tile map prelude star. Iterative random is probably not something we're going to need. Or this. Or that can go. And spawn tile set. Oh, excuse me. The chili is real. I wonder how the others are going. I kind of want to be a fly on the wall of everybody's stream that's doing this, but I can't, so maybe I can check in this evening. All right, spawn tile set. Right, we were going to use the constants. That's right. Let's see if we can make this work. So it's tempting to have the main map plugin be just for constants and things, but let's see where we get to. So let's go const grid size, tile map grid size. Yes, you're right about that. Actually, let's go tile map grid size. Nice. Okay, it looks like that's going to work, and we'll make it pub too because we're bound to need it again. Pub const tile map size. Pub const tile map type. Definitely not going to be hexagonal, but that's okay. Pub const tile map tile size. And I always end up needing these somewhere, so this is good. This is good. I like this a lot. I think this is teaching me a lot about what to put where. Okay, so grid size is going to be 64. Everything is going to be 64. We're going to keep it real simple. Okay, tile map size. I honestly don't know. Let's go with like 100 by 100 or something stupid like that. No, let's start small. Let's start 20 by 20, and we'll scale out. We'll do it. We'll scale out. Cool. The other approach, of course, will be to define these where we're calling in the dimensions. Like tile map size, for example, could be in config. That's quite tempting. Ah, such good soup. Such good soup. Now, let's look more at what we actually need. Fill tile map. Do we need a separate fill tile map function? We probably do, maybe. I'm not sure. Base layer. Oh, spawn an empty ID. Yeah, I got you. So we could do that still. New tile set. Probably don't need texture atlas. We do need the tile map bundle. Right, so just going to be grid size, storage, etc. And we need the storage. And this is going to be tile set. And this is going to be storage. Tile storage empty, map size, yep. What are the other options for creating, I wonder? Could probably pre-populate it somehow with just all one tile. And then grid size is tile map grid size. Size is tile map size. Base storage clone. It's kind of a shame that you have to clone it right away. Can't we just go... I guess if we're going to populate it, we need to create it first. Seems weird though, right? But yeah, storage clone for now at least. Tile map texture single. Texture assets base tiles clone. So that's going to be texture assets tile set clone. No field tile set because I haven't added it yet. So let's go do that. Asset path tile set. Nice one. Okay. Tile size. Map type. Transform. Could also use this for scaling probably. And default. State scoped to screen gameplay. All right. Now map size is tile map size. Nice one. All right, so that lets us spawn a completely empty tile map. And what do we use tile set for in the end? The ID, the entity ID? Oh, we pass it to fill tile map. And I think that's a reasonable pattern to continue. Let's comment this out and probably get rid of it real soon. And then fill tile map, or fill tile map, fill tile set, I don't know. Use of undeclared tile base tiles. Base texture index. So we really need to choose, we need to be doing this in quite a structured way. In terms of which tile goes where, because I can't just draw them, I could probably use tiled to do it. But then I'd have to learn the tiled integration. I've also used LDTK, and I think I even have it somewhere. Yeah, I do. But it's very specific. It's only allows... there's some rule about how it only allows leveled tile maps, like side scrolling. Let's look it up. Whereas tiled will let you do almost anything. Linear or free. platformers and top downs. Oh, you can do top downs. Well, maybe I should do that then. All right. Great. So now we're embarking on an adventure to use LDTK. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this, but we need something, right? To help us lay things out. So yeah, let's do it. Docs. Let's do it. We're going to do it. I think there's a crate, right? Bevy LDTK. ECS friendly LDTK plugin. Does it support 14.0? I hope it does by the look of that. Or 0.14 or whatever you want to call it. Support all layer types. Support for loading external levels. Hot reloading. Tile-based game tutorial. Oh, sorry. There we go. Bevy project setup, LDTK installation, compatibility chart. I need 1.5.3 apparently. All right. Do I also need Bevy ECS tile map, or does one imply the other? Bevy project setup. Oh, just general setup? No. LDTK installation. A tile set for the environment with at least a background tile, a wall tile, and a goalish tile. A tile set for the player. Create your LDTK project. Okay, let's try that. Let's go to, instead of having, let's go to 4 and we'll move LDTK there. We'll open a couple of terminals and we'll make this take up space. This is new territory. Why not learn to use a tool during a jam? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? What could go wrong? Okay. New project. Recent project. Hex links. Forgotten about that. Examples. New. Here we go. Ooh, a bit of a flashbang, but never mind. W. Either. Where's my either? There we go. Art. Assets. You're not going to let me do that? I have to call it LDTK maybe? Apparently so. Okay. Now I can import tiles probably. He said probably import tiles, grid, details, render auto layers, current level settings, worldview, entities, enums, tile sets, plus, assets, textures, tile set. Okay, well there's a tile set. Tiles layout, 16 pixel tiles? No, 64 pixel tiles. The new grid size is larger than the previous one. Spaced by 0 with an atlas padding of 0. Enum for tile marking. I don't have one right now. Can I name it? Map. Okay, are we good? Have we saved? Are we good? Are we good? Level O. I have no idea what I'm doing. World settings. Default new level size, 256 by 256. I don't really know. Should we try 1920 by 1080 and see what happens? Level properties. Level resize. This change cannot be undone. Please make sure you really wanted to do that. Background color, background image. 2D free map, freely positioned in space. Okay. World settings, world. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. World identifier. Okay. Do we think this is what we want? Do we think I need to watch a video? Maybe I should, right? Will I be breaking someone's copyright if I do? Let's try it. Drag and drop player built levels with Bevy LDTK. It's Chris Biscardi. I hope you won't mind if I...
Today we've got a really fun demo in Bevy. Here I've got a game running, or a Bevy app running, that is loading in an LDTK
I've seen this before, actually.
level and attaching some components to the flag here and animating it, as you can see. And this is a level. I could have a character in it. I just don't at the moment. But the really fun part is I can take this level that I designed over here.
I've already liked it ages ago.
LDTK file, and I can drag it over and drop it right onto the Bevy app, which
I don't
then
care about
loads
that.
it and instantiates the level for me. And
It's cute,
you can do
but I
this
don't
with
care
any
about it.
LDTK file currently. These both happen to be the same size, so that's why that's working like it is. So let's take this custom level here. I have the level editor open, and I'm going to drag in the original level here. I'm going to make some changes, maybe place a flower here. There's a tile map. Maybe I want to place another flag here.
How did
So
he
I'll
get to
place
that
one
tile
up
map?
here, save that out. You can see that it's saved to my custom level, and just drag my level back on. And you'll see that this flag actually isn't animated while this one is. And that's because I've added it just as a tile, but I can also go up here and add it as an entity. Just add it right up here into the same position. I'll save this out, drag and drop it back on, and now we have an entity the same as the other flag. So this has very cool implications. This uses the built-in drag and drop behavior of Bevy plus a crate called Bevy ECS LDTK. Bevy ECS LDTK is entirely responsible for all of the fancy LDTK integration. So this doesn't contain any custom LDTK file parsing or anything like that. And LDTK is a completely separate level editor, as you can see here, that produces a JSON output. So this has all of the information for all of the levels that we just saw. This is the default one that we spawn the app with. And then if I bring this over, we can see that it's basically the same thing. So to me, this has some pretty cool implications, and it uses, again, the built-in drag and drop functionality inside of Bevy, which we'll cover in a second here. In this case, I am using the main branch of Bevy ECS LDTK and its underlying crate, Bevy ECS tile map, because that's what I wanted to do, and then Bevy 0.13.2. We've got one file here, main.rs. Our levels sheet is our texture atlas, which gets loaded in with these LDTK levels. And as we went over before, the LDTK is actually just JSON. So the LDTK plugin comes from Bevy ECS LDTK and handles the parsing of all of these LDTK files. It also is what enables us to have this register LDGK entity function on our app builder, which will look for the end flag entity. If we go back to the entities, we can see that this is labeled end flag. If we look into the entity identifier,
That's good because I can add
in the same way that
entities
this string is.
that might not
And then
be
we have a
visible
component called end flag
to
That
trigger
component is
messages.
defined down here, which we'll talk about in a second when we talk about the animation. But let's focus on the drag and drop. We've got a setup function, and then we've got two systems that run whenever we hit the update phase of our frame. One is handling the file drag and drop, and the other is handling the animation of this flag. We are also automatically selecting level 0 because LDTK can actually instantiate whole worlds and not just singular levels. So our setup spawns a camera at an arbitrary height and width. I just hard-coded the, width and height taken from this LDTK setup that I have. This would be, read from the LDTK file if you wanted to. So we're just positioning the camera so that we can see the level. And then we spawn in an LDTK world bundle. We load in our default LDTK level using the asset server, and we label it with a current world component, which has no data. It's just a label. So this spawns our initial world, at which point we have the ability to then drag and drop a level onto our app. This queries for texture atlases and animate flag components. The animate flag component is a custom component that I built. Basically, if you look at the texture atlas, you see the flag here. I'm only placing the first flag into my LDTK scene, and to animate it, I actually want to flip back and forth between these two sprites. So that's what this is doing. It's setting a timer. It's saying, hey, there's 2 frames from where we start the flag animation, and it's flipping back and forth between those two. This sprite sheet bundle and this LDGK entity are part of the LDGK integration. All this says is basically we're going to use that texture atlas that we have, that we're building our world out of, as the source of the texture that we're going to place in this component, and we're going to have access to that texture atlas. And then animate flag, again, is the timer on which this flag opens and closes. So since this isn't really an animation tutorial, all I'm going to say is we tick the timer, we flip the flag between the 2 frames, and then we set the atlas index. So that happens automatically whenever any level loads. So if we have an animate flag component, if we use this entity inside of our level editor and we placed it inside of the level that we dragged and dropped on, then we will have an animated flag. Our file drag and drop system is the really interesting part here. Drag and drop is built into Bevy.
I don't really care about the drag and drop though.
So we can use an event reader on the file drag and drop.
I just want to know more about how to build the level.
With the window the file was dropped onto.
I feel like maybe I need a LDTK tutorial. This is 2 years ago though. Hope this person doesn't mind me cribbing their content.
I have an example in the repository, but I think it's probably worth working through. Latest on this, I think in our to here. Okay, so now we've got all the files that were in that that package, and they're in our assets directory. So yeah, we'll have the individual. First, pick which tiles you'd like to automatically render. Okay. So, capacity. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Okay, I think we could probably work through their instruction. Set the world layout to horizontal. Did I do that? I don't know that I'm really going to need multiple levels, so I think I might just leave it the way it is. Add your environmental player tile sets to the project. Make the source image for these tile sets are also in your Bevy project assets directory. Maybe I should put the LDTK in. Let's save and close if we can. How does one exit? Close project, yes. And quit, or at least we'll move it. Hello? There we MV either LDTK to assets, maybe textures for simplicity, or maps. Vector assets maps MV ether LDTK assets maps. Okay. Now let's reopen. Okay. Following file cannot be found anymore. Fix that later, and then we'll go tile sets. Let's remove this, and we'll add a new one with a layout of, oh, hang on, assets, textures, tile set. And our tile layout is 64. Yep. And that's all we need for now, I guess. And we'll call it something useful like map. Okay. So now we have our tile set. By the way, can I just drag something on right now? Is that the way it works? Oh, you can enter any kind of data here. No. All right, so we've loaded it back in. Let's look at this tutorial again. Oh, I didn't want that. Add your file to the project in the tilesets tab. Add an int grid layer for walls. Okay. Define where the collisions are in this level. Interesting. Make sure its grid size is 16. All right, let's try this. This is probably where I start to regret having diagonal walls. Layers. Add a layer. Integer grid. Walls. Grid size 64. Opacity, sure, why not? In grid settings, what was it saying? Auto layer tile set pointing to the environment tile set. Actually, the map tile set. Should I bake the auto layer? Okay. From the walls layer definition, select edit rules. Okay. Just as soon as I find it. Man, it'd be nice if this wasn't tiny text. Wonder if there's some options for that. UI scale, there we go. Hey, much better. Layers. Walls. Edit rules. Edit rules. Auto layer tutorial. Where did it find this magical edit rules button? I see no edit rules button. Edit rules, here it is. Okay. Map is yes. Right, now what? Select plus group to add a new empty group and name it background. On the new group, select plus to define the first rule. Okay, makes sense. In the top right of the rule definition, select the tile you want to use as the background. What? Since this is a catch-all rule, no changes to the rule pattern are necessary. Maybe it's this? This rule should... What is going on? I feel like this is a tutorial for an older version, maybe? Oh, I see. Okay. All right, so black background, I guess. No changes to the rule pattern are necessary. All right, so we can save this rule. Is that what they're saying? All right. Next, define a rule that will catch any wall tile. You'll be able to define more complex rules on top of this to make walls prettier, but it's good to start with a generic one first. Create another new group and name it walls. Click plus on the walls group. Select the tile you want to use as a generic wall tile in the top right. So set the rule to be 1 by 1 and left click the rule pattern to place a wall tile. Let's make it one of the half and half ones. I love this makes an arrow now. Let's make it this one, I guess. While we're still figuring things out. Set the rule to be 1 by 1. How do you do that? What is going on? Can I edit it? What's going on? Why can I remove that? Okay. Oh boy. Not what I was expecting. Select the tile you want to use as a generic wall tile in the top right. Set the rule to be 1 by 1. I don't understand. How do you set the rule to be 1 by 1? I have no idea how this works. Is this a different version? What's going on? One 1.5.3 should be fine. We got ads coming up in a sec. So we go to rules or layers, maybe. No? Yeah. Edit rules. And we have these two rules. Let's remove this. Okay. Now we add a group. Use assistant. I don't think the assistant is really helping. Create an empty group. Walls. Add a rule. Hang on. Use plus above to add a new rule. We got ads. Paint the pattern to describe in which context the tile should be displayed. I feel like the tutorial's out of date for the version. Maybe I need to see a different tutorial. Worried about getting too bogged down, to be honest with you.
Walls. Make sure its grid size is 16. Finally give it an auto layer tile set pointing to the environment tile set. So we're going to figure that out. And I don't see this auto layer thing. This is probably a different version of LDTK.
It's having the same problem.
Grid values, they call that wall. Okay. Auto layer tile set. Here we go. Environment. And I'm assuming the next thing we'll do is do edit rules. Okay. Opacity. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that's like, other than the layout of this UI, I don't see anything in here that's very different. Okay. So let's save. Close that. So So from the walls layer definition, select edit rules for the auto layer tile set. Okay. Rules. Okay, select plus group and add a new empty rule group. Okay, empty. And name it background. Name background. Okay. On the new group, select plus to define the first rule.
Gesundheit.
Excuse me. Okay, plus to define the first rule.
Oh, good. He's got the
Top
same version I do.
Right of the rule definition, select the tile you want to use as the background. So this is a catch-all rule. No changes to the rule pattern are necessary. So individual tiles. I don't see.
Yeah.
I don't see our tile set in here. Any value, no value. I don't see this one by one. Here, oops. Okay. Rectangles of tiles, individual tiles. All right. I don't see.
I have a suspicion that it's if you have rectangles of tiles set. Then you would go one by one, right? Yeah, I think it's just the way it's been done. So left click the rule pattern to place a wall tile. Oh, right. So it's effectively this, except we want it to be one by one. How do we set it to be one by one? Just by putting it in the middle. So confusing. Let's see what he did in the end.
Anything different that we're doing here, other than that the UI is different? So. Okay. And what's this check mark thing? That's the only thing I'm seeing different here. Okay. Next, define a rule that will catch any wall tile. You will be able to define more complex rules on top of this to make the walls prettier, but it's good to start with a generic one first. So create another group and name it walls. Walls. Okay. Click on the plus on walls group to create its first rule. Select the tile you want to use as the generic wall tile in the top right. And they're using this brownish purple thing. Left click the rule pattern to place a wall tile. Okay, so we'll select, this is their brownish purple thing. Yep. Okay. And I don't know where this random tiles, I'm assuming this is court might be that. They look very similar. Okay. Now you'll be able to place walls, and then your level name will be automatically rendered using this tile. Okay, the following rule is optional and will define the tile used for the edges of walls, specifically horizontal edges. Okay. So create a new rule in the walls group. It looks like they're doing it above, so it needs to be before. Okay. Select the tile you want to use the left edges of the wall. Okay. Left edges of the wall would be that. Is what it looks like. Okay. And then, say, rectangles of tiles. Okay, so that would be, we don't want individual tiles. We want rectangles, so this would be left. I'm assuming what we're going to do is do the same for the other spots. So for this one, we will pick top. For this one, we will pick right. For this one, we will pick the bottom.
This is not seeming like the simple solution I hoped it would be.
I've gotten ahead of myself here. Okay, what are these rules from most specific to least specific? So the rule matcher will result to catch all rules last. Okay, so I actually got this wrong. I think I need to say, because this is only... this should only be the left. Let's see if you can select more than one. No, this is the left. Okay. And you can't really name these rules, so I think I'll make another one, rectangles of tiles, and this would be like, you know, they're showing here.
It's so confusing.
Vertical wall edge rule mirrored in the Y direction. I don't understand what that means. There's this 3x3 thing, which looks like this.
Yeah. No.
Okay. So we are fighting with a little bit how this is.
Does he ever progress past this?
So that's where that one should go. And they're not picking rectangular tiles. They're just like things not shown. Call it entities. Match the grid size of the walls layer. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
We don't have to do anything there. So
Frustrating.
go to the entities tab.
I don't want to sink
Let's
time into this right now.
This is going to be the player. Okay, add an individual rectangle.
I wonder if I should just
and we are using
punt on it and look at
player
tiled.
set.
Or not use either of them and just do it manually.
Pick
It could
tile
almost be
inside
faster.
bounds. Okay. Right. Okay. I don't think that we're doing anything else there.
Honestly, for the amount of time I spent on this, I could just be doing other things. So let's punt. We'll use straight Bevy ECS tile map, and we'll figure out our own way of laying things out if we need it. Ugh, what a waste of time. Okay. Fill tile map. Now, that kind of makes it... Let's just start really simply. So what is fill tile map? At its core, what is it doing? It's doing this. I want one tile. Okay, storage checked, and tile entity is what? Oh, that. Okay. Yep. And texture atlas layout might not actually be necessary. Okay. Let's go down here and get rid of most of this. Ugh, it was demoralizing spending so much time looking at an editor that I'm not going to use, but never mind. Yeah, we don't use that right now. And really all we want to do is get one tile on the screen. That's all we're going to do. Just a single little tile. So in level, we're going to add spawn tile set, apply world. But we might do that first, not that it probably makes much difference. I have no idea if we're in a buildable state right now. Well, I don't see a tile, but let's have a look in here and see if we have. We've got tile set, children probably. Yes, that's correct. Someone is coming in the front door. Okay, so storage. Oh, we need to do that.
That would explain why it smells like dog poo.
Yeah, it probably would. Now, the name is tile set, state scope to screen, tile storage, not registered in the type registry. What cures that? I forget. There's a way to do it. you add the types. I feel like there's a debug trait or feature or something. Let's figure that out. Let's have a look at cargo. Oh yeah, how's our dev build our release build going? Hey, it worked. Okay, so moment of truth. Does it actually load? Oh my god, I think it's gonna load. Too many files in zip. Please try deleting the zip file and uploading another one. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that error before. Oh. That's interesting. It's not selected. Let's try again. Maybe it tried to run the Linux one. Okay. The resolution's way off, but that's okay. I like that the exit button is not shown on the web. That's good. And yeah, we're just scale and everything is way off. Why have I got messages? Oh, just new builds. Okay. Interesting that it didn't automatically select it to display. I guess that's kind of good in a way. Maybe there's a way to configure that. Okay, so we could edit. I don't know that it's practical to go 1920 1080, is it? Maybe it is. Let's try. That might really screw up people who've got those dimensions as their main screen. Yeah, it's not ideal. Hang on, how zoomed are we? Oh, we're quite zoomed. Okay. I don't know, maybe that's bad. Maybe we should use different dimensions and scale. Anyway, for now, let's do this. And we play and we get the message and the space works and we can move around the screen. All right, so we have a working etch build. That's pretty satisfying. Escape, I assume, works. And yeah, great. Okay. Now, we were trying to figure out to get debug information on ECS tilemap. Features Atlas insert Bevy ECS tilemap type registered. What features have we got? First of all, we've got Atlas render SERD. Nope. Update to Bevy 12. Compilers when render is disabled. No, that's not helpful. Register. Oh yeah, definitely types registers it. Is there a condition to that of some kind? Tile storage, yep. Oh, you know what? I always do this. I'm not including the tilemap plugin. So let's go to map. And we now finally have something to do inside our app. App add plugins. Tile map plugin. Okay, let's try again. Might actually get a tile this time. Oh, okay. That's not cool. Gesundheit. Called unwrap on an error. Query does not match. Right. Do we have a line number? Tile entity parent. Wait, can I do it with an empty tile map? That should help narrow things down. Actually, Oh, it should have been an insert, not a spawn. Right. Probably don't need to do it this way. I'm just... because I may need a separate function to do some of the tile placement, so just mucking around with separating it out. Yay, it's a tile. It's the same color as my player sprite. Hey, I'm going away. Hey, I'm back. Hey, I'm going away. All right, cool. We can place tiles. Great. Space. Cool. So... that's tile texture index 1. We could use some constants to keep track of the different kinds of tiles. That would be a very low rent solution for it. Yeah, definitely worth thinking about. Yeah. What is the cheapest way for me to do a whole bunch of tile placement? I could use the format that I used for KiwiBit. That's one option. Took a little bit of setting up, but it might be worth it. Or I could just hard code it. There's nothing to stop me. It's a jam game. Might be painful, but might work okay. Might just work okay. What would it look like? Let's start by placing some of those diagonal style tiles and seeing if we can draw anything with them. I think would be a good option. So let's encapsulate as much of this into a function as we can. Fill tilemap did it by entity tilemap ID 0 with children. So we could do that too. Let's go with fn add tile. And we're going to go commands. which needs to be a reference. And wait. Yeah. Other way around. And we're going to want to know the tile texture index. And we're going to want to know its position. Actually, we're probably better off just doing texture index as a U32, possibly 64, I can't remember. And then X as a U30, yeah, 32, Y U32. Do it that way, and then we'll go commands, oh, and the entity. Which we need to know. Map is a and entity. Commands entity map. Insert with children. And then we also need to know the storage. Yeah. And we don't want to be able, we don't have to clone storage, so ideally we'd be able to pass a reference to it. See if we can do that.
Probably don't need your light on now, do you?
Thank you. Consider dereferencing which borrow the commands. Map. Okay. So now we should be able to go with children. P. Essentially duplicate this. And something like that. Can't borrow storage is mutable, right? So, okay, that was sort of easier than I expected it to be. All right, let's try. Let's try actually using it. So instead of this, we'll just go, what did we say? Add tile? Yeah. Commands. Tile set. Or is that a reference? This will be 0 and 0. Texture index will be, I don't know, say 2. Use of commands and closure. Right, we can't do that. I forgot about that. But we actually don't need to because we already do it in the called function. So we should be able to do a couple of these. What would it be? 10 plus 1, so 11. See what happens. Hey, we got a wonky error. I never thought you could do that. It's kind of funny. All right. Interesting. I think we need to sort out this z-index issue. So the player should always be on top. So let's go to player and be sure that they are spawning with z-index 1 at least. With wherever the transform is. From scale, splat 1, extend 1. Right. Since we're not scaling, why don't we use from XYZ? Whew, starting to hit the wall a bit. It's been almost 7 hours. Got a little bit longer to go. You have to take another break soon, but we've got one coming up, so that's all right. Okay, now we've got the player starting in front, except that part of them is white, so you're not seeing it, but that's fine. Okay, progress. All right, so now what if I was to just start building out using this? How would I add colliders? So for that, I think I need avian physics. So let's start adding avian physics. Let's go, let's add these, and any LDTK needs to come out. And I don't have LDTK in here, do I know? Okay, add tile map. And we'll just keep building to keep picking up any issues where it might not be working so well. It's our first green tick. Yay! Okay. Now, go add avian. No, I don't even know the package name for avian. When I was using it, it was that other acronym before they changed its name. Okay. Collision detection powered by Parry. That's such a great name for a collision algorithm. Should I use the GitHub branch rather than 0.1? 9 hours ago? I feel like I'll use GitHub. We'll see. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. What's the package name? Just Avian? Avian 2D. Well, I guess we don't know that. Yeah, we don't have to use the GitHub branch. Well, all right, maybe we will. All right. Excuse me. Still a bad Vimmer. Bad Vimmer. Oh, that needs to go there. Okay. We might need to look at a 3D example to get started. Maybe we should build some of them. Do they run? Maybe I will go to here. John Dolph. Okay. Cargo run example. Oh, so many. Chain 2D. So get a sense of what we're dealing with here. Vivets for the builds. Oh. To keep drinking tea, I think. Oh, I got some water. I've got some water. Come on, build. You can do it. I need to know what Bevy scene is. I know we've got this new BSN macro being suggested. I really don't know what they are, though. If I hit 300 followers, I'm supposed to start doing 3D. So this is going to be an interesting time. So as we can all tell, I'm barely coping with 2D. Already wondering how the hell I'm going to get anything finished by in another 2 days. But I'm learning a lot, so that's good. Oh, I need to stretch. Oh, okay. What's going on here? We've got a 2D chain. Does it respond to controls? It does not. Oh, yes, it does. Whoa. That's cool. Nice. All right. I could dig it. 60 FPS. Happy with that. Cool. But not quite what we're looking for. What else we got? Kinematic character. One-way platform. Oh, that'd be interesting. Let's look at that. Okay. Yeah. But how do you get down again? Start to fall, basically. Okay. Cool. Yep. All right, sweet. What else we got going on here? Collider constructors, distance joint, dynamic character. What about kinematic character? Okay. Jump, sure. Up slide, sure. Can't get up that slide, I get it. Maybe you can get up that slide if I go up this way. No, come back. Whoa. I didn't know you could bounce the cube. That's pretty cool. And now it's gone. Okay, good. Are these built on tile sets? Let's have a look. Apparently not. Oh, unless they're in examples. Wait, where are my examples? Are they in source? Wait a minute. Oh, I see. They're under the crates. Okay, so... no assets. Some GOB files, but nothing else. Okay. Maybe they're just drawing them as primitive meshes. Okay. What features am I going to need, I wonder? Maybe we should look at collision layer. Make physics layer require a default variant. Wait, what? Add physics plugin and specify units per meter scaling factor. Define the collision layers. physics layer. That's pretty interesting. Blue platform that belongs on the blue layer and collides with blue. Let's look at this example actually. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Can you reset it? Oh. That was pretty cool though. So yeah, only some things can collide with some things. We don't need that right now. At least I don't think so. But we do need basic collision. Actually, so what else have we got in that vein? Custom colliders? We don't need that. Maybe kinematic character was enough. What's the difference between dynamic character and kinematic character? Much the same. Oh, you can do that. I like that they made an example that has a puzzle in it. So yeah, we need to know the difference between a dynamic character and a kinematic character. Let's go docs rs avian. That doesn't look like the same crate. Avian 3. Oh, I see. Right. RS Avian 2D. Okay. Specify features. Add the plugins. Physics plugin defaults. So I don't know if we necessarily need a physics, a separate physics plugin of our own, but it probably wouldn't hurt. Maybe. Let's try. See what it looks like. So let's look at the events, and we will copy to physics. Don't know that we'll need a separate module for this. Maybe. And add plugins. Physics plugin. No, not in the file. So let's go game mod. Mod physics. And like so. And physics plugin default. Okay, is that going to build? I wonder. Eventually, once we once Rust Analyzer figures its shit out. Which could happen. Ooh, we just ticked over into hour 7 of stream. That'd be why I'm tired. Oh boy. Failed to resolve. Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, first of all, it's plural, so that's good to know. Definitely need another cup of tea in a minute. In fact, it's time, almost time for the 2 o'clock break. Okay. Cool. So we have a working plugin. Now what can we do with it? Now we want to know about kinematic character. So let's look at the kinematic example. Creates Avian 2D examples, kinematic. Basic directional movement and jumping. Not intended to be a fully featured character controller. Or use a dynamic character controller. Rigid body static for the no, that's for the platforms. And then so where's the players one? Here we go. Character controller bundle. Using character controller plugin. But presumably somewhere we use kinematic, right? Actually, no. Okay, so where? Where do we use it? Maybe it's in this directory. Plugin, here we go. So various inputs, kinematic controller collisions. The acceleration used for character movement. The damping factor for slowing down movement. The strength of a jump. So I won't be using transforms for directional input anymore. So that'll be interesting. Well, it is 2 o'clock and I promised I would take a 2 o'clock break and I'm going to. So where are we? Message. Puppy break. Back in 15-ish. And I'll see you soon. Okay. Now then, let's see what we can make of all this. Got a new cup of tea. Got some beer sticks. It might be a bit chilly on microphone. Doomfish Dev. That's a new one on me. Am I even following Doomfish Dev? I am not. I will do that. Very cool. Very cool. We got the Whitechapel on. We got Symbol 24. We got Hypnotic, Robotussin streaming. Everybody's streaming. It's a Saturday. Okay. So we got to do a couple things. We got to change our physics over to our movement over to physics-based movement, and we've got to add colliders. Yeah, those two things. So let's look at our player. Kinematic controller collisions. Post-process collisions. And what is the difference between this and dynamic character 2D? Doesn't really explain it. I think we'll just go with kinematic. Uh-oh. Robotussin. Are you sure they're going to want to come in here? It's pretty scary stuff. How you doing? Robotussin MD. Thank you very much for the raid. That's very nice of you. I am in the weeds, dude. I am in the weeds. So far in the weeds. We are trying to... Actually, how did our last build go? We're trying to implement physics because I'm going to need it. I didn't have it in my template. And somewhere here is a build. Yes, there is a successful build. Therefore, we can reload our game and see if it works. This is... Yes, that is working. Hey, it's a Bevy logo. And that's really all there is. It's a little character controller and some tiles in the middle and the ability to show messages. Super fun. But we're getting there. Baby steps. Baby steps. How was your stream? Okay. Now, I need to basically rewrite a bunch of shit now. We need to look at player, and we need to add a collider. Played Starground. Oh, nice. How's it going? It must be weird for Big Boy to be playing his own game with other people. That's very cool. So we want... Found a couple bugs. Always good. Always positive step. Character controller bundle. It has a rigid body, collider, a controller, groundcaster, and gravity and movement. Yeah. I think we could basically yoink that. Overall, very chill game. Yeah, it's looked good to me. I haven't obviously played it yet, but very impressive. Kind of in my wheelhouse too. I like those kind of builder games. Okay, so we're gonna want this. Oh, actually not there though. We might want to put this in movement, maybe, or physics. Interesting. Maybe physics. It's hard to know where to put some of this stuff. Actually, let's go up here. I don't normally play automation management games, so I was pretty lost for a good while, yeah. Yeah, I've played Dyson Sphere program. I really enjoyed that. And obviously a lot of RimWorld and stuff like that. Interesting. Hey, Adagon, how you doing? Avian 2D, math, and preludes. Yeah, that's a good call, actually. And character controller. How's the solo dev game going? It's highly advanced. Look, I can put text on the screen and dismiss it with space. Hey, Woodstone. Yeah, I've been taking breaks, man. I have been doing this. This is my schedule. This is my schedule. I've taken all of the breaks up until the puppy-related activities. And I get another one at 4, and dude, I am tired. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. But I'm taking regular breaks. Regular breaks. Oh no. On my screen, you've got that stupid radar surround thing. You need to take more breaks so you have a better chance of winning. I think you'll find that I am not the problem in this particular case. There is absolutely no way I'm winning. I would just like to submit something that's playable. In the history of my jamming, I have entered, oh God, I don't even know, but quite a few jams. In only one case was it really a playable game, and even then it was dodgy, and that was the Pirate Software 14. So, yeah, I don't think there's any big risk here, especially in 3 days. Okay, so I need to be able to put colliders in, and I need to be able to, yeah, add this bundle thing. So character controller. Gone old school and been writing your code on paper. Can't wait to get home to see if it works. I used to do that when I was a kid. I used to write C programs on paper. It's pretty sad. We did not have a computer. So I need this example, and I need character controller. Oh, I see. It's just a, yeah, sure. I want to do GB Jam 12, but I'll be out of town that week. What is GB Jam? Retro Shark and Polydux. Game Boy inspired. Very cool. Very cool. They don't have to run on a Game Boy. They just have to be inspired by a Game Boy. I'm just going to take all of this actually for now so that I can use the example without having to copy back and forth. So let's go physics. No, and probably not. character controller plugin, no. Add event movement action. Now, what is a movement action? Move or jump. Okay, so I think we might be probably not doing that. Yes, it's the triumph of the four square faces. Okay, controller gravity. Let's go here and comment that out so that we don't get confused. Character controller plugin, no. We're just going to take this and put it in here. And then we're going to try and understand it so that we can figure out if it works for us. Keyboard input, no, because I've already got that. Gamepad input, no. Update grounded. Updates the grounded status for character controllers. I don't really have jump, so I don't think this is going to be an issue. The character is grounded if the shapecaster has a hit with a normal that isn't too steep. God damn, this is way more complex than I need. Response to movement action and moves character controllers accordingly. This I need, but I've got it somewhere else. So we need to do it in the movement module. Sends movement action inputs based on gamepad input. Yeah, no. So we're not going to do that. Applies controller gravity to character controllers. I don't think we really need gravity, because it's a top-down flat plane thing. Slows down movement in the X direction. We might need that. Kinematic bodies do not get pushed by collisions by default, so it needs to be done manually. I don't need that to happen either, I don't think. Hang on, let's leave that. Let's not take away too much too quickly. Need to understand what it's doing. That is a long ass function. Holy shit. This is way more complexity than I need. I just want a character to be able to collide with things. I might actually get a lot of this by default without having to do anything custom. I think that's strongly the case. So let's just, we know where this is. We can get it back if we need to. In fact, we know where this is. We can get it back if we need to. The main thing we need to do is move based on the physics engine and not based on changing transforms. So, deep breath. We can do this. Jump is not a thing. And sending movement events is probably not a thing either. Left, no. Horizontal right, no. Movement action move, no. So we don't need this. We've already got that shit. Response to movement action events and moves character controllers accordingly. Delta time. These things are useful. Let's go here. We're going to get controllers. We're going to get acceleration, jump, impulse, linear velocity. Can I not just be constant? Like I always move at the same speed. Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. So let's just grab this for now and go to movement and apply movement. All we're doing at the moment is we're not even, we are taking time into account. We're just changing controller max speed by controller intent. So the direction that I intend to move in other words. So how is that different to what the physics engine needs to do? I'm not using both features, but whatever. Maybe I'll just get rid of that for now. For event and movement reader input, what is my game plan? Uh, it's a very loose game plan. Um, I once wrote a demo that I don't even know if it's playable anywhere at the moment, but you were a hexagon, surprise, surprise, hexagon fantasies of some sort, and you spawned in little drones that flew around you, and you could send them out and bring them back. So I'm going to kind of do that using the 2-button controls, but in a very different theme, and I might have to dig up the code and see if I can still use it. Hexagons are bestagons. You're 100% correct. It was called Hexlings, funnily enough. I don't know if it's still playable anywhere. Yeah. It's it was fun, but I never got to put it in a game, so I want to put it in a game now. And I had this idea that you kind of use up bits of yourself to make these little pieces that fly around you and then go off and defeat enemies and then come back. And if you lose them, then you lose health or whatever. But again, I'm not quite sure if I'm going to have enough time to do that. So we'll just see. If I get one enemy defeated, maybe that would be the gold standard, right? And I had this idea with the 2-button thing about having to make decisions. Like you have to kill one enemy or the other enemy, which is why the game's name was Either. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Very loose plan. Okay, movement, acceleration, jump, impulse, linear velocity is grounded. Linear velocity X, linear velocity Y. Do I have to do this, or can I just move the transform? I feel like I can just move the transform, right? Let's find out. Let's find out. I want to know if the colliders will work without anything else, basically. And there's a setting where you can show all the colliders on the map, but I don't know where that is. So how can I do this? I can add colliders to some of the tiles that I've spawned, and then that'll give me an idea of whether it's working or not. So in physics, a lot of this is going to be unnecessary. Movement bundle. Acceleration, I hope I won't need. Damping, no. Max slope angle, no. Okay. No. Character controller bundle. Really all we need is the rigid body. The rigid body kinematic. And a collider. And in terms of the shape, so I think you need that for the collision. Am I right about that? Shape casting is a spatial query where a shape travels along a straight line and computes hits with colliders. This is often used to determine how far an object can move in a direction before it hits something. Interesting. Easiest way to handle simple shape casting. Okay, maybe I don't need that. Maybe I can just add colliders to everything. Let's try that. Rigid body, kinematic, and a collider, which will be... just a collider. All right. Let's get rid of most of this. Like that. And really pretty much all of this. And instead we will, yep, good call. No, bad call. Now good call. Then we go to player. And in player, Boop-a-doop-doo. We need to add a collider and a rigid body. Collider. What? Just new? Default? I honestly don't know. What are the options? Okay, and a rigid body kinematic. Oh, whoops. It can't possibly be that simple, but let's give it a try anyway. And then we'll make the tiles rigid body static and give them a collider as well. So to do that, I'm going to need to go into map and look at my tiles. Add tile. And we want to add, in addition to the tile bundle, a collider and a rigid body static. Okay. There's no way this works, but you know, what the hell. It's all highly experimental at this point anyway. Kind of want to see what everybody else is doing. That's the hard part about doing this. Okay, so definitely no collision taking place. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I wonder if that's happening because I'm above it. Right? Like, I've had a little look. I'm excited to jump in. Yeah, I bet. Like, I bet this is happening because I'm above the tile map. So let's start our spawn. Let's experiment with that. Let's do, everyone that I've seen is in a similar place. I can't believe it. I must be doing worse. Let's start our spawn. The other thing we had last time was that the colliders were in a different place to what I expected them to be in. Different transform wise, so we should fix that. We should there's a way that you can view the colliders. Avian view or debug. No. Debug. Debug render colliders. I think that's it. Render physics objects and properties for debugging purposes. Yes. How do I turn that on? See physics debug plugin. Yes, please. Docs RS Avian 2D debug plugin. Physics debug. Yes. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Physics debug plugin default. All right. So let's go to physics and let's go. Actually, you know what we could do? We could put it in our debug tools, dev tools. That would be the best way around it. Which would mean putting it here. Default. Beautiful. And then if we run. I already feel so much more organized with this pattern in the quick start. Okay, I don't see any, but that could mean that they're actually not there. How does this work? This rigid body and its collider and AABB will get rendered. Gizmo config defaults. Can you toggle it? Sounds like even if you fail a jam, you got something. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's a fail at this point. It's just I would love to have something playable. But I'm definitely making progress. I'm also being reminded of how much I still don't know. Even after all this time. Okay, so it's not still on that toggle for the UI, is it? No, that's just for the UI. Do we have a collider anywhere here? We do not. Do we have... Entity, entity, entity is not helpful. Player. Collider is definitely there. Oh, it's not registered? God damn it. Do I have to turn that on in a feature flag somewhere? Register. Type dependencies. No. Registry. No. What are the features? Learning what I don't know gets me so damn jazzed. I learned about how classes work in local functions last night. Very cool. Very, very cool. Auto trade implementations. Are there features that I need to enable in order to get this to work? Default examples comment. Here we go. Oh, feature. Here we go. Use debug plugin. No, that's part of an example. That's someone else's feature, right? Yeah, so color palette, CSS, tomato. Cute. How do I find out how to do this? My brain is starting to get seriously fried. Coming up on hour 8. Need more BSD. Maybe silence mic too. Okay. Now, how can I do this? How can I find out whether it's working? Maybe I could zoom the camera out, or... Why wouldn't it be showing up? Physics debug plugin default. Maybe I could figure out where their transforms are and move them. If they have separate transforms, which I feel like they probably would. So we know where the player is, and we know that the players... Oh, wait, that dot in the middle. Ah, all right, they are visible. They're just really, 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 really tiny. That dot in the middle is its collider. So, okay, we've got colliders. They're just incredibly difficult to spot. I wonder if I can change that. Actually, let's just prove that by taking it away again, and the dot should go away. Yeah, no dot. Okay, cool. So we need to find a better way to highlight them using, I think, this insert gizmo config physics gizmos. And we'll take that and color white, I don't know, maybe red. Actually, I don't really care about the color. Oh, that's AABB color. What are the other options? Axis lengths, collider color. Is there a collider size? Maybe I could just make the collider color red or something. Is there a collider size? No. Size, scale, contact normal scale. Axis lengths, collider color, raycast color, hide meshes. Orange is fine as a color. I just want it to be bigger. I suppose I could implement camera zoom, but it just seems like a pain in the ass. Might be helpful while I'm working. Or I could just set everything to a higher scale. Oh, I could set the player to a high scale. Let's just prove... No. Okay. Let's test the theory that the... Let's test the theory that the... that the z-axis is what's responsible for this. Because we might have to have two different layers on the map. One kind of behind and one for walls. In which case, we need this to be... oh, actually, we'll just give the transform to the tiles, right? That way we don't have to change the player. Just one or two of the tiles will have a collider. So let's go tile set. It looks like we're going to have ads in a sec. Tile bundle has a transform in it, doesn't it? Thought it did. Position, which is a tile pose. I've had this issue before. And I fixed it, I think, in Hexlinks itself, actually. How did I do it, though? So the tile doesn't have a transform? The tile map probably does, though. Yeah, the tile map does, and it's 0, 0, 0. So let's go 1. And this will be its layer. There's the ads. Okay, let's see if changing the z-axis to 1 helps at all. So I think we'll probably end up with a layered tile map. Okay, so we're there. No, it doesn't. Okay, so we're not colliding. So I probably need to look at how I did it in Hexlinks and see if I can reproduce it. Let's have a look. I had a moving entity bundle with a collider, a rigid body, and a shape. Because that's right, because none of them were sprites. They were all mesh bundles. I don't suppose this builds. That'd be a laugh. Doesn't look like it's going to. Was it a rather old version of Bevy? No. Okay. So flip player, don't care about that. Spin player, don't care about that. Player debris for when they explode. What about move? Was that all handled in player? Spawn player. And we spawned them with a moving entity bundle with a collider. Oh, it was a radius. It had a radius, right. Okay, that actually is good. And it had a shape. And the shape was just a regular polygon. Okay. All right, so that's actually good. That's probably why I can't see the colliders very well. They're probably just not colliding. So why don't we can come back to that if we need to, but let's go movement. No, player and collider. Instead of collider default, whoa, no. let's go collider. I guess ball is fine. With a radius of like, I have no idea to be honest. It's a 64, so I guess 32. Oh, really? What is it? No? Maybe that was XPBD, but it was the same basic principle. Oh, it's got a shape. Scaled shape, scale vector, from shared shape, default, debug, any collider, scalable collider, set shape, contains point, circle. So I guess ball is no longer ball. Let's try circle. Okay, 32. All right, let's see if we can see that even. Ah, we can. All right, cool. That's actually much clearer. Okay, but we still don't collide with anything. Wait, did we? No. Okay, so let's set the colliders now for the tiles to be like squares, I guess. So in map, square, rectangle, rectangle, X length and Y length, so 64, 64, and see what that gives us. Aha, okay, good. So we've got colliders now. Thing about that though is it only seems to be on one of them. So I'm wondering why that is. I'm wondering why that is. Are you only allowed to spawn one of them at a time because it's so-called colliding? Maybe if it was in a bundle? Okay, let's look at how the example handles collision. Let's be on the master branch, please, or the main branch, as it were. Creates avian 2D examples, kinematic character, plugin. Okay, let's look at collision here. Collider, rigid body. Don't know about groundcaster. Keyboard input, gamepad input. Update grounded, movement. Apply gravity, apply movement damping. All right, controller collisions. Push them along their contact normals by the current penetration depth and applying velocity corrections in order to snap to slopes, slide along walls, and predict collisions using speculative contacts. Bloody hell. For contacts and collisions iter. So that's the thing. Collisions is res collisions. All right, let's step through this and see what we can get away with using and what we don't have to use. Let's go to physics. And when were they running that? Just on update? Yeah, just on update. And then, oh no, actually, post-process collisions. Is this from Avian 2D? Okay. Go away. Go away. Oh my god. Rust Analyzer. What are you doing? All right. First of all, where does post-process collisions go? That must be from... Yeah, okay. I don't want character controllers yet. I'm just curious about collisions. We might be able to... We might be able to just like display a notice when collision occurs. That would be a good start. Move the kinetic body to resolve penetration. Get the rigid bodies of the colliders. Colliders could be children. I see. Okay. Get the body of the character controller and whether it is the first or second entity in the collision. Interesting. So the first is the thing that gets collided with, I presume? Interesting. I think what I might do is, first of all, just note when there is a collision. This giant function. Okay. This is all fundamental knowledge. We need to know this stuff. So whether we learn it today or in a week, we still need to know it. Okay, so we got collisions right off, and I suspect that's between the tiles. Oh no, because it could be that the player is still underneath there. No, there's still collisions. Yeah, I suspect that the tiles are colliding with each other. So we might want to make the collider, the radius of the collider, a little bit smaller by a couple of pixels so that they don't collide with each other. Which would mean going to map Maybe 63, 63 kind of thing. Nope, still a problem. What if we make them quite tiny? Nope, still got a problem. Interesting. Okay. Oh, hang on. No, because that was while the player was still there. Because we can see the collider's much smaller now, but it's still apparently in a constant state of collision. Damn. Are they all spawning on top of each other? Is that the problem? What if I just add one? What if I put the collider somewhere else entirely? What? No. Command spawn. Collider. Rectangle. 20. 20. And don't spawn any others. Oh, and we need to give it a position, so... Transform from XYZ 100 100 1. Okay, well, we're not in collision anymore. If I move over here, we're not in collision. If I move here, we are. Perfect. All right, so we know that works. I finally understand something. This is good. Nice. Okay. The business of adding them to tiles. Maybe there's something I don't get about that. Let's look at hexlings on here, actually. It's old, but... Ooh, no. Bad. Flashbang. The GitHub, please. Game. Source. Main. Oh, really? Oh, I see. I had everything in a library. Workaround for WGPU limitations. All right, map. Where are these colliders? Collider new wall radius. Material mesh bundle. I remember having this conversation with someone that explained why my colliders weren't where I thought they were. But I'm now realizing that this did not use Bevy ECS tile map. So let's try looking at Bevy ECS tile map. And seeing if... no, what was Chris merging in? Add for vec2-like types. Okay. Let's look up Collider in here and see if anybody's had the same problem. Oh, it was me. It was me. Okay, apparently I've had this issue before. Hard time getting tiles on a tile map to collide with a player object. Yeah, and we discovered that they were all in the wrong place. Your issue seems to be that your tile map has a transform that our individual tiles aren't inheriting. You can either add child tile entity to your tile spawning code or remove the offset from the tile map. Colliders were nowhere near the tiles. This is my old Fog of War shader. It was kind of cool. I thought it was kind of cool. Adding the tile as a child of the map works a treat. But I'm actually already achieving that, I think. Oh, look, I wrote a gist all that time ago. Oh, man. Demonstrates use of colliders with Bevy ECS tile map as discussed in this issue. Note that tile entities must be children of the tile map entity for this to work as expected. The fill tile map helper does this, but does not itself allow the created entities to be supplemented with e.g. rigid body, colliders, and transforms. Okay, so let's look at this, because this seems like very relevant stuff. Let's try grabbing it. It's called tile collision example. I can't believe past me wrote an example for future me. Tile collision example XPBD. Oh man, my memory like a freaking sieve. It's probably still on my drive for that matter. Tile collision. Yep. That's really sad. Does it still run? Oh, man. If this runs, I'm going to be... God damn it. I wrote an example for myself. My memory is a curse. It's getting dark. How long have I been streaming for? 8.5 hours. God damn. Okay, well, apparently it works. So, cool. So you can move and eventually fall off. Oh, and you can jump. And fall off. Okay, so let's look at the source for that. Maybe that'll give us some hints. In order to add colliders, we need the world position of the tile as a vec2. Do we though? Maybe we do actually. Center is tile position, center and world, grid size map type. Bevy XPBD needs to know that tile is a wall, rigid body static. Collider cuboid, well, square would be fine. Transform, right. So you add a transform from XYZ, center X. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Yep. So we give it the rigid body static, we give it a collider, and we give it a transform. The remainder of the example is essentially unchanged from Bevy ECS's time-lapse basic example. Okay, so this is the secret sauce right here. It has to have a transform. Okay, so let's go back to either, and we'll go to map. We have to put the colliders in the right place. Grid size and map type are both constants now. And tile pos is let pos equals tile pos new x, y. Okay, now we've got that. And then our transform. First of all, we need our collider back. And our transform will be from XYZ. Hey, Static, thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, the good luck is whether or not I finish, to be fair, but I appreciate it. Are you doing this as well? XYZ, so now it's going to be center X, center Y, and probably 1. No? Oh, wow. Probably very wise. Okay, we play. Ah, now we've got lots of colliders. And when we move away from them, they stop colliding. All right. Thank goodness. One day. Oh, well, I mean, there's nothing magical about it. Okay, we've got colliders now. Hooray! Oh, that felt painful. I can't believe I wrote an example for myself. Okay, so... Right. So... I need to pull my curtain to get some light on the subject, because it is getting dark out there. Oh, it's raining out there. It's raining out there. My partner is arriving home with the dogs, who will probably be Sandy. Okay, cool. So we can do that. We probably don't need the colliders to be so small anymore. Let's see what happens if we make them 64. Do they collide with each other? Is my question. Because if they do, that would be bad. This is good learning. This is very, very good learning. I'm reminding myself of things. Yes, they do collide with each other. Okay, good to know. Let's make him 63 and see if that still happens. I mean, hopefully it's been 8.5 hours of fun and meaningful work. It definitely, yes, but it's scary because, oh yeah, nice. So they don't collide with each other now. It's scary because I really want to get finished, and I don't know if I will, but what can you do, right? I'm in better state than I used to be in. Okay, cool. So that works. So we can take away that silly little one that we spawned. Hello, puppies. I think the puppies are about to get bathed. We could also have a constant for base tile size. which could be pub const tile size, tile map, no, vec2 maybe? Tile map, grid size, tile map, tile size. Right, we've got one. So how can we, what am I trying to say? Tile set, tile size is a vec2 equals vec2 splat 64, and then this could be from tile set tile size. Nah, it's non-const. Okay, yeah, that won't work. I was just trying to find a way of making it less magic numbery. How could I do it? Nah, punt past it. Don't need it. Everything's 64. Doesn't matter. All right. Now. It's probably time to do a team shout out. Hopefully I won't shout out the same person twice. Need to build something in to stop doing that. Doomfish Dev. I can't remember if I shouted them out before or not, but hey, there they go. And Small Block Boys on. Hey. What is the one that's kind of blacked out? What happened there? Are all their characters and their name just blanks? That's weird. And Symbol 24 is still on. We got Finding Focus Dev. Awesome. Okay. Is Clock still on Greenwise? Yep. That's a long stream for them. Okay. So we can create tiles. We can give them colliders and yeah. So now one thing we could consider is whether we want two separate layers, a base layer and a collision layer. I think that might be an interesting idea. And we also want to implement what happens when you collide with something. So do we just stop? Do we bounce off? So I wonder if we could implement some of their example without using all of it. Maybe. So let's look at that. Let's look at that in physics. Get the rigid body entities of the colliders because they could be children. All right. Collider parents was a query on what? It was a query on here. The character controller thing I don't care about yet. Okay. Cannot find value contacts. What was contacts? Oh, I see. For contacts and collisions. Right. Okay, so we get the collide appearance, else continue. I'm not familiar with the syntax using the slice like that. I guess it's just deconstruction. Get the body of the character controller and whether it is the first or second entity in the collision. Character controllers get. Now, the character controller query was basically position, rotation, linear velocity, option max slope angle. Don't care about anything really except position with rigid body. Now, what is position? Oh, thanks for the follow, AMS Hope. Appreciate it. Integration set applies gravity and external forces. Moves bodies based on their current velocities in the physics time step. So do I have to stop manipulating transforms for this to work? I may do, right? Which means I would need to... What? Oh, that makes it 290. There's only 10 followers to go until I have to do 3D. It's getting really close. Okay, so these are just sets, system sets. The question I have to ask is if I have to abandon just ordinary manipulation of transforms or not. The really lame way of doing it is to I feel like I probably do, right? Let's look at the movement one more time. Movement acceleration, jump impulse, move linear velocity grounded in MOOC controllers. How much of this would we need to duplicate? Let's go back to movement. We don't need jump impulse. We don't need is grounded. I don't think. But we might need movement acceleration and linear velocity. Both of those things could potentially go on the movement controller. And then the other thing was something acceleration? Movement acceleration, which is literally movement acceleration.
Are you taking a 4 o'clock break?
Yeah, it will be.
Good. Not very happy.
Okay. With me?
No. I haven't seen you today. How could I not be not happy with you?
I don't know. It's certainly possible.
Oh, you poor henpecked husband. Gets in trouble if he does anything wrong. Oh, treat
Okay, so how would we initialize those?
I don't want to see or hear a dog again for at least another 4 hours.
Oh, actually, they've just defined that. Scalar. So it's not an actual thing, right? I feel like I don't really need a lot of this stuff, but I want to understand it. Acceleration, movement, acceleration, acceleration. So movement bundle new. Where is that being used? No. There. Main. Movement bundle. Nope. See if we can spell correctly. I see. So acceleration is literally just a float. And what was the other thing? Linear acceleration. What's the difference between those two things? Movement acceleration. And damping. Oh, linear velocity. Is linear velocity something that's defined in physics? Yes, in rigid body. Okay. All right, so linear velocity is not in the movement controller. It's in the rigid body. Is the rigid body in the movement controller? Movement bundle. Character controller has the rigid body in it. I see. And movement bundle has, in turn, the movement acceleration. Ugh. Okay. It also has the collider. Okay. We will eventually group some of these things in bundles, but I want to understand them first. So we don't want movement acceleration. That's not a thing. just scalar, right? So F32 for now. I don't think we'll use max speed. I don't think we're even using it now. We might be. I don't think we should store linear velocity because that's on the rigid body.
You two, Tiff, come. Tiff, come. Tiff, come.
I don't know if this is correct or not. I'm just going to add it for now. Let's go with 5. Yeah, so what is it actually trying to do? Mute linear velocity and mute controllers. So we can get linear velocity out of the rigid body. And you could, if you had a movement bundle, you could apply that to non-players as well. Well, let's just start with the player. Let's take the transform out of the picture. Movement controller, rigid body. Actually, linear velocity, because that'll be on the rigid body. It looks like it needs to be mutable. Okay. So we don't want that anymore. I'm being a very bad Vimmer right now, but I'm trying to focus on something else. We don't want event. It's normally being, oh my god, the virtual text is driving me nuts. We don't want jump. Linear velocity. Intent is a vec2. So instead of transform translation plus equals velocity extend, right, so we're, instead of having this controller max speed plus times controller intent, we're going to have effectively velocity equals what, acceleration? No.
Kitty! Stop it.
Actually, yes. There's really nothing especially different about what they're doing, except that we're changing the linear velocity instead of the transform. So we can do controller acceleration times controller intent, and then linear velocity Oh, actually, yeah, we need to be careful here. Plus equals. Actually, I wonder if... times controller intent times delta time. And delta time will be... oh yeah, direction is intent, right? Binary assignment can't be used on... right. Okay, so we can't do that. That just does not seem right. Cannot use plus equals on linear velocity. It can be used on vec2 if you dereference the left-hand side. So do I have to set it based on the x and y individually? Guess not. Oh, God damn it. I'm a bad, bad Vimmer. Can't multiply by duration. I feel like I'm guessing, which is not a comfortable place to be. I want to understand it. Direction is a what in this context? Is it a vec2? Just a scalar type? Oh, vec2. Scalar. Oh, got another break coming up. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. This is literally just an F-32. It's not delta seconds, is it? Oh. Okay. I have no idea what this is going to do, but I wonder if it'll even build. Oh, this won't. Let's comment that out. What a mess. What a mess. Okay. Max speed in player. Probably change that for acceleration at some point. Oh my god. Hey, Finding Focus Dev, how you doing? Thanks very much for the raid. We're actually not that far away from a quick break. But how was your stream? What were you working on today? Max speed on spawn player. Yeah, so this comes from level. And player at 105. I got some touch detection for my mobile port working. Man, that's some tricky stuff. Very nice. Yeah, it's been a long day, actually. I'm doing a game jam at the moment, so we're kind of doing very long streams. Yeah, I'm working on physics at the moment, which I am not good at. Oh, well, we can't move at all, so that's good. Oh, no, wait, we are. We're moving. Look, we're moving. Very, 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 very slowly. Oh, and it's physics moving because we've got momentum. I don't know that I really wanted that. But it works. Oh, it's very slow. 9 hours is nuts. It's going to be another 3, so yeah. But I've been taking breaks along the way. Okay, so we can gradually build up speed. This is good. This is good. Very, very, very slowly. See ya. Nice. Okay. All right, so that works, kind of. But we want it to immediately stop when we're not moving any longer. Or to have, I guess, movement damping, like it was saying. But let's go with... what's in here? Oh, just the LDTK thing that can go. Yeah, we're about to have ads, so I'm going to do that next break. Which is here. And I will be back in about 15. Turn the old mic off. All right. Let's see where we've gotten to. So we've got actual movement. This is good. This is good. Actual movement. My acceleration is definitely going to have to be different. Let's start with, what happens if we make it 50? Just out of curiosity. It's not really that much better. Come back. Okay, so the momentum issue is definitely a bit of a problem. So do we want it to have momentum, or do we want it to be like, maybe if it just even had a tiny bit of momentum, but otherwise just dampened it down? What happens if we make it 400 this time? Okay, so quite zippy. Quite zippy. Okay, so how do we damp it back down again? Reminds me of some kind of crazed Eye of Sauron. Let's make it, I don't know, 200. No, it's probably fine, but we just need to understand how to stop it from having this sort of acceleration effect. I want it to stop when the arrow movement stops. Apply movement damping. Linear damping. Okay. So what is linear damping? Automatically slows down a rigid body, decreasing its linear velocity each frame. Okay. So we can add it to the thing. All right, so what happens when we do that? Like 2? What is the default? 0. Okay. So 0.8 was their example. Let's see what happens when we do that. But it'd be nice if it only dampened when you're not moving, right? Okay, well that's clearly not enough. Does it ever slow down and stop? Maybe. Okay. Let's make it much, much higher. Is that working? I feel like it's not. How high a value does it have to be for it to work? I don't know that that's working at all. Let's make it huge. I have yet to see any signs of this slowing down at all. You must have to use it in some way. Oh, does it have to be dynamic? It has to be dynamic. Where is its rigid body? Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, it's so strong that it's moving me in the other direction. That's awesome. Okay, let's go. Let's go back to 0.8. Oh, that's interesting. Unfortunately, it eventually starts moving you in the other direction. Which is not really what you want, unless that's gravity. Hey, the collision worked nicely. I didn't notice that. Oh, cool. This is much better. So how do we stop this thing where it moves you in the other direction? Also, I think I should lock its rotation. How do you turn off rotation, I wonder? Linear damping doesn't seem to move in the other way. I wonder if it's gravity that's doing this. Yeah, it looks like it might be, eh? Okay, so we could turn gravity off, since we don't need it, I don't think. How do we do that? Gravity. Insert resource gravity 0, maybe? What is the default, I wonder? If you're using... here we go. If you're using pixels as length units, this gravity will be tiny. Gravity scale 0? Physics plugin default insert resource gravity. Vec2 neg y times 100. Zero gravity. Can birds fly in zero gravity? That's kind of cute. Not the answer I was looking for. All right. Let's try a couple things. Insert resource gravity. Actually, can I do this? Okay, is there gravity? There is no gravity. Nice. I feel like I want to tune up that air resistance a little bit, whatever it's called. Linear damping. Maybe 1.5. I should stop spawning inside a collider. I'm not sure whether I want it to just stop, right? Or do custom damping. Because we're going to have to do sprite animation. And do I just keep animating until the damping's finished? I'd rather just stop, right? How? I could do... I could set everything to 0 in the movement. If the intent is set to 0, I could set... Yeah. First of all, let's spawn in a different place. Here. We also want to turn rotate off. Presume this is 0. There might be. Const identity self, no rotation. It's like lock, something lock, maybe? Locked axes. Rotation locked, maybe that's it. Oh yeah, that looks like it's working. Yeah, nice. Okay, good. All right. Let's try and get some of this stuff sorted. Okay. Now, definitely some of that should go into bundles, but let's not put the car before the horse there. We'll do a commit and a push and make sure everything's still working in that department. Oh, those were staged. And this can go away. Okay. Now, okay, so we could do another build. What release are we up to currently? How many hours to go? 2 days, 14 hours. Okay, so we can reload this and run the game. I think that's still the same version. Okay, so now we do another build. Call it 0.2. All right. Let's see if there's any issues with introducing the physics. Okay. Now, don't know if I still need my tile map collision example. Probably not, right? Is there anything in the movement that I can learn from? Oh, that's interesting. So I turn the linear velocity off if those keys aren't pressed. That's kind of cool, actually. I like that. So there's no damping needed. And that produces the effect like... so the effect is immediate stop. Yeah, I think that's good, actually. Oh, didn't mean to do that, though. Okay, now, how could I do that? If we take away damping, and instead detect when the intent is 0. Hmm. Does it? Is it always changing? No. It only ever is one or the other. Okay. So if it's 0, 0, we should reset linear velocity and have done with it, I reckon. So that will happen in movement. Actually, won't it do that already? Oh no, because we're using plus equals. If controller intent is vec 0, a linear velocity equals something like that. Right. Or could you just use into? Yeah. Okay, let's see what the effect of that is. Because it'd be a lot simpler. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? It does bounce, so that's cool. Can you move along things? Not really. And if you're holding down, you still have momentum, which is not great. You might need the linear damping anyway. I've lost my player. I have no idea where they are. Okay. What happens if we bring the linear damping back again? It's quite a bit more sluggish. Not sure that I want it to bounce. But maybe it won't matter. I'm wondering if I should instead apply them separately. So if we look at this, if it's going to be, if your intent X is 0, you're still going to be doing yeah, you are going to be setting it. You're going to add 0 to it, but you're not going to set it to 0. Just wondering if one of them is 0, whether we should set it to 0, set the linear velocity to 0. So that there's no sense of acceleration. So, for example, getting tired, making stupid mistakes. I mean, it's pretty blunt, but it might work. I also need a max speed. Otherwise it gets too fast. But yeah, I think this is better. Still feels a little sluggish to me. I think the acceleration probably could be faster, and then we just hit a max speed. Hmm. Which we had all along, and we got rid of. What is the Rust equivalent of getting the lowest of two numbers? It's floor, right? Oh, stop that immediately. What did you do that for? And it's the wrong crate anyway. Rust floor. Nah. Dark mode. Okay. Screw it. Synthesize Google for me. Idiomatic Rust for lowest of two numbers. Min, right. Okay. And the second is controller max speed. Ord is not satisfied because why? Can't do it with F32? Why? And with F32? Partial min. Okay. Oh, right. So we could potentially do controller max speed min, like so. Yes, yes we could. Oh no, we couldn't because it's a plus equals. That's not what we want. We want effectively we want an assignment now. Okay, let's go with let velocity increase equals then we want max speed min linear velocity x plus velocity increase. Essentially that. And then x replaced with y. Looks right. Except for max speed. May speed. I don't know if I'm overthinking this. Let's try it. I probably am. There'll be a much cleaner pattern somewhere there. Okay, what's our fastest speed? Probably too fast. And I think I'm probably going to end up moving the screen and keeping the player still, which is going to be even more interesting. I like locking the camera to the player. But we can do that. The only thing is we'll need a different camera for the UI, I imagine. Still doesn't feel clean to me, but we'll get there. Make the acceleration higher, maybe? Make the acceleration 1K. That seems a lot. Maybe it's got something to do with scaling. Ooh, coming up on the 10-hour mark, man. Okay, let's give this a crack. Still playing with values, still playing around. Seems to be able to go faster in one direction than the other. I swear it can go faster to the left than to the right. It can. What? And it can go faster down than up. Is there some... Oh, God. How do... What? Okay, let's track velocity. Okay, so velocity of 0. 500. Oh, okay, so our velocity is negative and it's not capped in that direction. I should have thought of that. Yeah, it's just getting faster and faster, and then it's gone to 0. Now it's 500, all the way back. Okay, so negative velocities are not capped. It has to be a range, effectively. All right. How? How do we do that? By using a ton of linear damping, I guess. I do not understand. Because if you use min, then if the linear velocity is, yeah. You almost want it to clamp, right? Is there a clamp? Just out of curiosity. There is. Restrict a value to a certain interval unless it is nan. Returns max if self is greater than max, and min if self is less than min. Oh, that's nice. Let's try that. Otherwise returns self. Okay. So you would need you would need it to be linear. Hang on. Let v equals linear velocity x plus velocity increase. LV clamp controller max speed controller negative controller max speed. Is that a thing? I have a suspicion it's not. It is. Is it max min or min max? It's min max. All right, that's weird, but I can get with it. I'm sure that I'm overthinking this. It's almost like it starts out really fast and then slows itself. But it's better. The acceleration probably shouldn't be double the max speed. No, it's getting way too fast again. Isn't it? We got ads in a sec. I'm probably going to make another cup of tea. Feel like I'm reinventing the wheel in ways that I'm not supposed to be. But will it affect the end of the game? Maybe I should just park that. Yeah, we just crossed the 10-hour mark. I'm going to mute and grab a cuppa, and I'll be back. Okay. Now then. Last little stretch. Couple more hours. And at 6, I'm going to switch to doing some music or something so that I don't completely burn out on the code. We haven't even got a player sprite yet, so we need to do that. Okay. So, I'm just checking the jam forums to see if anybody's been yakking away. Lots of people. Okay. Who's on for the team? Anybody left? Oh no, that's the second shout out to the same person. I need to stop it from doing that. Oh well. Anybody on for green? Kotaru Complex and Crazy Kitty. Nice. I got a 429 request limit. Okay. So we could punt on this business. We've been mucking around with the motion and the acceleration for quite a while now. And I feel like I should kind of be moving on. Maybe I'll just output the linear velocity and we'll track that and see if it's locking properly at the max speed, which should be 1,000. Okay, so at 0, locks at 1,000, locks at 1,000. That looks like it's working. Yep. Well, that's kind of good. We should leave it like that. Maybe it's too high, I don't know. What would happen if we did like 750, 750? I'd love to be working with someone right now who knew some of the stuff so that I could just ask for advice. But that's part of being a solo dev. Seems to me. I kind of want them to be at max speed rather than accelerate. Does that make me weird? Maybe I should just nail it to the maximum speed right away. It's tempting. Let's see what that looks like. Wait, we need... If it's negative, we need it to be negative, kind of thing. How do we tell? Using controller intent. Right, so that would do it. We could do controller max speed times controller intent. I don't know that delta seconds really matters in this context. Does it? I don't think it does. Because you're just setting a max speed. Oh, right. Intent is like that. That actually is kind of more what I'd imagined it being like. Oh, it's not right though. The diagonals are wrong. But I actually don't really care. We might make it 500. We'll take the acceleration. We'll ignore the acceleration for now. So what did it say we did in player to adjust for diagonal movement? Normalize so that diagonal movement has the same speed as horizontal and vertical movement. Intent normalize or 0. Okay. Okay, so basically we're saying this is all extremely hacky, but hashtag jam code. I don't like it. I want to understand it better, but we're... Hang on. Physics and fixed time step. We'll figure it out another time. Let's see how our remote build did. It looks fine. So we'll reload this. I don't think having this giant screen will work for a 1080p screen, but we'll do it this way for now. That doesn't seem like... Oh, right, it just doesn't have the debug on it. That's when I was still doing the movement damping. Okay. So, damn it, I did that again. So there's a couple more things I want to do there. One is I want to disable movement and basically stop movement while we're in the message windows. So, we need to stop everything basically. Yeah. Well, first of all, let's start another build. Oh, right. I'm on the wrong screen. That's what's going on there. Man, definitely getting tired. Okay, let's go to, what are we calling it now? New run. I should allow full screen too. That might actually get me around the resolution problem. Full screen button. Right. So that should be building. And we'll wait on that. In the meantime, we will try to prevent movement in the message screens. So how can we do that? We need to freeze everything that's not in game state playing, essentially. So how? Inset app set update, but also we want it to, should we put a run if on that, or should we put a run if on the app set? Like have two update sets, that one is applied always an update, and the other one is, I mean, what is the point in having the update specified here, but also an app set update? How does that work? Configure sets. I see. So you provide an order to the updates. But they're all still going to run on update. All right, so in that case, record input, I think, could stop. And linear velocity should be set to 0. And we could chain a couple of things here. Freeze movement, I guess. That's going to be like yeah, that's going to be oh, brain needs to continue working. Damn. Linear velocity. So mute player is query and mute linear velocity with player. And then if let okay mute LV equals player get single mute. Linear velocity equals vec2 0 into. Oh. Really? Oh, right. There we go. Okay, so that will stop things, I think. And we'll have to have similar functions for like stopping other activities as well. But this should do to start with. Yeah. And we should disable record player directional input. By not running it and appset record input run if in state game state playing. Okay, that should be enough, I think, to stop movement during the message screens. Okay, no movement going on there. And now there is. Cool. That's pretty useful. All right. Halt player movement during messages. Okay. 2 seconds. I'm just being consulted on a dinner order. Need to take some action there. Very important choices to be made. Difficult. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Now that those important decisions are made, what's the time? 17:30. Okay, so the other thing we could do is start work on the... Hang on. 2-6. Start work on the... Yeah, the spawning of the drones. The spawning of the drones. So what we're going to do is we're going to have, as long as you hold down the left mouse button, you spawn more drones. What? It could be left button spawns drones, right button sends them out, right button brings them back. Or it could be left button sends them out, right button brings them back. I don't know quite which way to lean there. Yeah. Which way do I do that? I want a cloud of little drones surrounding the player. And the 2-button controls thing, it could be like hold down spawns the drones, and then short press left sends them out, right press right brings them back. I'm not sure if that's going to be too confusing for people. You want it to be intuitive, right? I think we'll start with that. So let's go and just kind of map that out a little bit in player. We've got moves, we've got UI controls, and maybe drone controls. It's the kind of thing that you could end up remapping to something else anyway later if you developed the game. Let's go with this, and then pub enum drone. Drone or drone controls? It's kind of calling an action like a control is weird because it's an action, right? Maybe drone actions? Move action, drone action. Or just drone? Bad Vimmer. It's just... UI action, move action. I guess that's okay. Spawn. Release, maybe? And recall. Yeah, and now we've broken a bunch of things, so we need to fix that. Oh, God. I hate that error message. I wish I knew how to fix it for everybody. And we need to add one. Okay. Record player directional input, record player UI action actions. I don't like this function name. UI input and record drone input is going to be our next one. Yeah, I think so. And I think all of these could be grouped, right? There's no reason for us to do it like this. So let's do record drone input, record move input, and record UI input. Chain. Do they need to be chained? Don't know that it matters really. What's the issue here? Oh, right. So let's get rid of... what just happened? Okay. Better. And then record drone input's going to be very similar to... First of all, this is now record move input. And action state move is now move action. And all of these need to be changed. All right. And this is now record control UI input. And what am I missing here? I see. So we're going to want FN record drone input, mute. I don't know if we're necessarily going to want an event rated there. We're probably, well, maybe. Hey, 21 Gavinci, how you doing? We're probably going to want the player query and action state, drone action with player. Okay. So now, what else have we got wrong here? UI control map. Let's go with UI action map. Let's go with this being consistent. What am I building? I'm working on the Solo Dev Jam, which is a 3-day jam being run this weekend. This one, in fact, which has now got 527 people in it. It's not bad. We've only got 2 days and 13 hours to go. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I've been streaming for almost 11 hours now, so I'm winding down towards the end. Okay, so this is input map new, and these are all move is going to be move action. Beautiful. And then UI controls will be UI action. And this is UI action map. This will be move action map. This is move action map. Fantastic. All right, what's this going on? Variable does not need to be mutable. Any other problems? Don't use linear damping anymore. I'm surprised we're using linear velocity. Where do we use that? Okay, cool. So, if let okay action state yeah, we're gonna need, this might not need to be mutable actually. It depends where we keep the drones, but we might need to send an event rather than an action. Might need to be an event writer for spawn drone or something like that. Equals, how did our builds go, by the way? Oh yeah, that worked. So where's our basics? Save that, go to game. Loading game for the first time. Run game. Full screen it. Just, oh, well, I can't really because it'll full screen on a 4K screen. I'll just have to take that as red. Okay, so we can clear that. This works, and it's got collisions. Okay, sweet. All right, cool. Now, action state is player get single. I don't know if it's going to need to be mutable. Then, if action state pressed, we'll have to do just pressed for the left button single press. Was it pressed since the last time? And it's going to be drone action spawn. And then we'll have if action state, else if pressed actually that one is going to be release, and this one is going to be spawn. So what we're aiming for, I don't know if this is going to work, but this is going to be single click left. This is going to be held left. And then if action state just pressed, drone action recall, single click right. Okay. So to put all those in, we're going to need let drone action map, input map, new drone action spawn is key code. Oh no, it's going to be a mouse press, right? So in fact, I wonder if there is already facility for this, like mouse button held or whatever in Leafwing Input Manager. Mouse move, mouse wheel. Let's check this out. Mouse. Mouse move, scroll, axis, direction, accumulated. Button data. Button like. Cool. So I wonder if there is an example in Leafwing Input Manager that deals with mice. Mouse motion, mouse wheel. Updatable input for mouse button. Checks. Here we go. This looks good. Checks if the specified button is currently pressed down. Button like for mouse button. So instead of an action like, these are button likes. Actually, let's look for button like in the examples. Clear division between button like, axis like, and oh my god, this is getting complicated. Action state, user input, examples, clash handling, button like chord, interesting. Mouse wheel, mouse motion. Maybe if I have a look at their issues. Trigger like inputs that have a 0 to 1 value. I really just want to see an example. So what would happen if drone action was actually, instead of an action like, it was a button like? Maybe I shouldn't call it an action like in that case. But how do I map it? Left wing, input manager, mouse button held. Action food that's bound to mouse input right. When holding the right mouse button, I move my mouse, put move in quotation marks, as if I release the right button. Tricky. Keyboard, mouse, and joystick support for button-like inputs. I wonder if I need to search on the Discord, because there is really good leaf-wing support there, because Alice hangs out there all the time. Button alike. Triggers have fairly unique behavior compared to single axis. Suppose I have a trait button-like user input. I wonder if GPT's had enough time to synthesize Leafwing Input Manager. It probably hasn't, right? Let's see. It's probably completely wrong. The trouble is, if I get the answer. Leafwing Input Manager. Use button-like, distinguish between left button clicked and held. Have they used button like? No, they've used action like in a timer. So why would I use button like? So that's how I was going to implement it. See if I understand this. Tools for working with button-like user inputs, mouse clicks, gamepad buttons, keyboard inputs. All right. Input Manager bundle. Oh, button-like isn't a trait? Yes, it is. Show me an example. Pressed, released. Press as gamepad, release as gamepad. So if I go to where it's consumed, hang on, let's just get rid of this for now. This is now a button-like button state. Interesting. Component is not implemented for it. I need an example, man. I really do. Is there none in the examples folder? Oh, thanks for the follow, Smimot. How you doing? That's going to be like... Where... Wait, you just rated me. Why didn't I see that? I'm sorry, I was reading docs so hard I didn't even notice. Thank you so much for the raid. That's really nice of you. What you working on? Let me make sure I've spelled your name correctly. I am struggling with Leafwing Input Manager, trying to understand whether I should be using button likes or action likes. I think I should be using button likes, but I don't really know. And it's confusing the hell out of me. Working on a Godot plugin called TerraBrush. It's an open source project. Interesting. I do believe that I ought to be following you, and I am not, so let's correct that. What about my jam? This is part of the jam. So I am working on a funky little, well, it's not much of a game yet, but we've spent the day implementing text interfaces so I can pop up messages, and some movement into physics and colliders. And that's about it. It's very complicated so far. But this is the way of the game jam. This is the way. I've been realizing that maybe starting to do a physics-based game when I haven't done one in about 6 months is probably not a great idea for a 3-day jam, but hey, such is life. So what is you never tried jams or physics? Oh, Bevy, yeah, it's a trip. It's really interesting, but it's there's no shortcuts really. You just kind of got to edit it all. So what does TerraBrush do? Paints land. Context is important, yeah. Hey, IGB Productions Games. You sound like someone I should be following too. I am. There you go. TerraBrush. We copy the link. We go here. We paste the link. Interesting. Oh, cool. Yeah, literally painting on land. That's really interesting. Wow. No, please. Links are totally open. That's really cool. It must have taken you a long time to get to this point. Very cool. Is it the kind of thing that could end up being upstreamed into Godot itself? It's a fun project, yeah. So, this business of button likes. Let's check Leafwing and see if we can find... It's not the way Godot sees things. It will remain an add-on. Right, I understand. But honestly, I mean, plugin support is huge anyway, so that makes total sense. Plugins can be some of the most crucial parts of the engine. Mouse motion, mouse wheel. I would love to see one example of a button like being used. User input into button like. Let's try this. Input manager plugin ability and slot. And that is an action like. And that is an action like. I think I want to know about, let's look at our cloned copy. Leaf wing. Oh, I don't have a cloned copy. Well, there you go. Get clone git at pub. Leaf Wing Studios with a dash. Leaf Wing Input Manager. And we'll see if we can do a little bit of casual grepping in here. See what we can find. Examples and button like. Okay, button like chord for clash handling. Okay, but that's it. So maybe we just use action likes. So I still have 2 days for the jam. Yeah, that's the theory. Today has been mostly about setup and trying to get some systems working. So I'm hoping I'll be able to progress till tomorrow. I'm actually supposed to be pivoting. Oh, we got ads. Oh, we should be just about out of ads now. Okay. Oh, that URL is still wrong. It's not supposed to have a dash in it. I need to fix that. Okay. 291. I made an agreement with everyone that if I got to 300 followers, I'd have to start writing 3D. I'm terrified of it because I'm barely coping with 2D. Update all, I guess. Updating packs. We will start a new project and we will save it in. Oh, that's very bright. We'll put it in W Ether, which is the name of our new game. OST. You survived the ads, yay! Sorry about that. I run them in 3-minute blocks so that they get out of the way and we don't have to worry about them for another hour. I usually make a cup of tea. I'm on for about another 50 minutes and then we're done for the day after a 12-hour stream. You're going to bed. Have a great rest of stream. Thank you so much for bringing your viewers in and for doing your work. Appreciate it. Appreciate the visit. Have a good rest. So this is going to be either Bitwig Project. And we just do a little bit of quiet noodling around with some music for the game before we go to have some tea. Or dinner, as we call it in this part, in the other parts of the world. Now, I have an idea for like something to play over titles. It's just, I think we want to mostly have quite chill music. I just make sure my volume isn't too loud. I think it should be all right. People will let me know, I'm sure. Let's see here. I need to remember how to do all this. It's been a while. We need kind of light tones. Keyboard on would be that one. Well, it's very quiet. That's not quite what I'm going for. No, too much. No. Something very subtle. Oh, that might do it. Oh, no, it's not. It's the same bell the whole way through. It's a little too much. No. Finding the right sound takes a lot of time. Is there a way to get the reverb down out of that? Ooh, no. Interesting. Not quite what we want, I don't think. Something like that, though. Maybe I just need simpler. Could be quite some time before I find the right sound. Sorry about this. Oh, that's not bad. Wonder if we can get rid of some of that. No, it doesn't look like it. Plug bell square is a candidate. Ring my bell. That's unfortunate. No. It's a little bit too kind of twee. Maybe I actually need something simpler. No. That might not be too bad. Is there a way to just get a tiny bit more edge into that? Turn the delay down, maybe? At Brighton. That might be right. Let's go with that for a bit and see what we can do. And into here. And stop, and we'll do a little bit of messing around with that. Hey, Yag, how you doing? Oh no, that's much slower than I had in mind. Let's try. Hey, Yodel the Turtle, thanks for the follow. That's, oh no, that's only 9 people left until I have to do 3D. This is concerning. I'm doing okay. It's been a challenging day. I took on quite a lot of things that I perhaps hadn't done in a while. And in a jam, maybe that's not the best idea, but I'm rolling with it. Treating it as a learning experience, as always. I know there's got to be a faster way to do this, but I'm just gonna do it anyway. Okay, so we want... I probably should just cut out, right? I should cut out the piece that I didn't want. Just curious. Yeah, maybe. Kind of almost overlapping. Whoops. Part of all this is just learning the patterns, right? Learning how to use the tools. Can I delete a block, delete note region, clip? No, apparently not. There must be, it's a razor, right? No. Knife? Ah, the tools, the tools. Damn it. I must be able to do that, right? Ugh, it's been a while since I did this. I see, so I can only delete a note with the knife, right? No, hang on. Like that? No. Oh, frustrating. I don't want my knife, I want my pointer back. Go away. Can I elongate that a little? Okay. So let's say that we don't mind that. I've forgotten. Is it shift drag? No. Ah, there it is. Shift drag once you're hovering over the bar. And then this can extend the note. Okay, but it doesn't really extend that much anyway. All right. So we've got this introductory kind of feel to it. And then we need almost like stringy things. What have we got available to us? Or synth, maybe? Not sure. And we play the sound picking game again. Vintage tape strings. Maybe just quietly, that would be all right. A little bit tinny, but I suppose I don't mind that. So then you get, you move this to, how does it work? You drag it to here, right? Yeah. And then you stop playing it here and you start playing the main track. Okay, so actually you want way less volume and you want probably down an octave, right? And like a ton of, yeah. Is there a way to like modify the instrument a little so that you kind of want to... Oh, the Whitechapel. Where's the Whitechapel shouting me out? That's nice of them. The Whitechapel does amazing, amazing pixel art, like ridiculously good. You should definitely subscribe. I mean, follow them if you're not already. So how do I edit the instrument from here? I do it from here, right? If I want to add like something or change something, show device panel. No? That wasn't all that I'd hoped for. I thought I could change the settings on the instrument. I can, I'm sure I can. I am quite certain of this. Of this I'm certain. The question is how. The question is how. It's not that. It's not this. Time selection pin, blah, blah, blah. No. Track clip. Edit? No. Mix? No. Maybe? No. Nope. Take me back. Take me back. Man, I need to learn more about this shit. Just controlling the beast. I need some of your thousands of hours in rapier. And, not rapier. Whatever it's called. Starts with an R. How do I edit the instrument details? FM strings. Oh, wow. That was more than I bargained for, but okay. Shape. Can I get to, can I listen to what it does? Attack. I just want it to be a little more gradual, really. Apparently it's not even there anymore. How do I get back to my arrange screen? Hey, there we go. Oh, that's harsh. We don't like that. I just want the instrument to appear here, the options for the instrument. But it does not. Like when you add one, you get, if I go to strings, I get the opportunity to if you add that. Oh, I was expecting to get the instrument panel. What am I missing? How do I get... Let's delete that. How do I get the instrument details to appear here? During a jam is not when you're supposed to be learning how to do this shit. Device panel. That is apparently not this. Unless these buttons just not working. Because it feels like maybe they're not. If I turn record off, does that help? Oh, apparently it does. But again, when I try and switch buttons, it's only with about the 6th click that it actually works. Weird. Okay, now we're a bit more responsive. Okay, well, I don't think this is the way to go. I think I should just use the sounds as I get them and muck around with this kind of settings later when I have more time. So back in arrange, we remove this because that's not quite what I'm looking for. And we go to, I don't know, just something relatively soft, right? What about organ? Maybe. No. Oh god, that's loud. Sorry. Need to start building up a library of sounds that I know work for me. Filthy little fella. I mean, it's interesting. Not really what I'm looking for. Interesting. Let's play with that for a sec. It's a little tinny, but hey, we can work with that. How do we remove a chunk of time? We do need to find that out. I've done it before. Just this? Delete note region? No. Split. Eraser. Let's find out. Let's get help. Let's go bitwig, delete region. Loop region, deleting collections, no. What is the thing that I'm working with right now? What are these? This is detail editor, launcher clip. Delete time. Time selection tool. Right clicking and selecting remove time, and it works just fine. Okay. So my tool is time and remove time. That's frustrating. I used to know how to do this. It's really frustrating. Draw single note, shift and drag, select time, drag time range. That doesn't seem to help. Loop selected region. Delete note region doesn't help. Cut doesn't help. Backspace doesn't help. That's really annoying. Saying it's annoying doesn't help. So annoying. The knife tool. I swear I've used that before. The eraser tool. Okay, let's try a different tech. Let's try eraser tool. Deleting relevant events from the area of time that you select. Temporarily use the tool by holding 4. I didn't know that. Ooh, sorry about the flashbang. I don't know that there is dark mode. Yikes. Let's reload that. Splitting a continuous event in 2. Okay. Pen tools for drawing new events. Time selection tool. Choosing an arbitrary selection of time instead of particular events. Selecting and moving objects such as clips. So how do I just remove a region entirely? Oh, that's annoying. Edit. Ah. Delete note region is backspace. That doesn't help me. I swear I've done this before. What happens if there's a note in it? Then backspace will delete it. Okay. But just removing the time? So that this moves that away? I guess that's not a thing. It must be. Bitwig, remove empty time. Yeah, between audio events. Oh, bright light. Slice to drum machine. No. Delete empty space between clips or events. This is going to be another Reddit flashbang, unfortunately. Oh, hang on, maybe this will be right. Select time on the top ruler and not on a single track. Okay. Using the time tool. There's a split. Maybe you have to do it up here and not in there. No. Wait, where is everything now? Did I just delete everything without noticing it? What is the time? My brain is losing it. Absolutely losing it. That's super annoying. So where is all this? Oh, okay. So what is that? Is that this? No. Why is it highlighted like that? That's just the starting point. Split works. Ooh, that's annoying. Okay, well, I have a suspicion that our dinner is arriving, so I'm going to find someone to raid out to because I am not getting anywhere. I'm going to save this just in case, and I will find out more later. In the meantime, where's our team? Who's on that we could raid to? Oh, apparently my thing crashed a while back. Hypnotic Games is on. And Grumble. I happen to know. I think Grumble's doing the jam, actually. Let's go and say hi to them. Raid Grumble of Pugs. They are awesome. They are writing a game about, well, they might be doing the jam, but normally they write a game about a fruit bat with superpowers. It's very cool. Thanks very much for hanging out with my fumblings. And we'll see you next time. Probably tomorrow.